Hi everyone, I'm Midnight Truth, and I'm here to keep you company tonight. I know many of you use these videos to help you fall asleep. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments where you're from and what time it is where you are. Now, get comfortable to start. Story 1. Aaron awoke to the metallic creak of his apartment door. His eyes darted to the clock, 3:13 a.m. He hadn't left the door unlocked, he was sure of it. The room was steeped in silence, the kind that presses against your ears and makes every tiny sound thunderous. It wasn't until the faint rustle of paper reached him that his breath caught. His heart hammered as he sat up in bed, his gaze fixed on the darkened hallway leading to the front door. The only light came from the flickering neon sign outside his 7th-floor window, painting the walls with erratic flashes of red and green. For minutes, he didn't move, his senses stretched to their limits. The silence persisted, unnerving and absolute. Finally, he summoned the courage to stand, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet as he edged toward the door. A folded piece of paper rested on the floor just inside the threshold. He bent to pick it up, his hands trembling slightly. The paper felt oddly cold, the kind of chill that seeps into your skin and lingers. When he unfolded it, the message hit him like a punch to the gut. You're being watched. Don't look out the window after midnight. The handwriting was sharp and slanted, like it had been carved into the paper with intent. A wave of nausea rolled over him as he turned the note over, searching for anything else, a signature, a clue, but there was nothing. His first instinct was to laugh, to tell himself it was some kind of joke. Maybe one of his neighbors was playing a prank. But the thought didn't hold. He barely knew anyone in the building, and the door had been locked. Who could have gotten inside? Aaron double-checked the locks, then checked them again, his nerves fraying with each click of the deadbolt. He told himself to throw the note away, to forget about it. But as the hours crawled by, the words began to fester in his mind. By mid-morning, he was pacing the length of his apartment, the note clutched in his hand like it might dissolve if he let it go. He searched online for anything similar, threads on forums, news stories, even urban legends, but nothing fit. The more he searched, the more isolated he felt. His unease only deepened as the day wore on. He found himself jumping at small sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional groan of the pipes, the distant thud of footsteps in the hallway. By the time the sun began to set, the oppressive feeling had become unbearable. He decided to leave his apartment, even if just for an hour. He needed fresh air, a change of scenery, something to shake off the creeping dread. The streets outside were quiet, unusually so for a Friday evening. Aaron wandered aimlessly, his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets. The city felt colder than it should have, and the few people he passed seemed distant, their faces obscured by shadows. He tried to convince himself he was being ridiculous, that the note was just some strange coincidence. But when he returned to his building and stepped into the elevator, the uneasy feeling surged back tenfold. The ride up was agonizingly slow. Each floor ticked by with a dull ding, the sound echoing in the cramped metal box. When the doors finally slid open, his hallway stretched out before him, dim and quiet. As he approached his apartment, his stomach twisted. The door was ajar. He stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, his breath shallow. Summoning every ounce of courage, he pushed the door open. The room looked exactly as he had left it except for the note. It was back on the floor, folded neatly. Aaron's pulse thundered in his ears as he picked it up. This time, the message was different. Midnight. Don't forget. The clock on the wall read 11:17 p.m. Aaron's instincts screamed at him to leave, to run and never look back. But something kept him rooted to the spot, a sickening curiosity mixed with fear. He locked the door behind him, turned off every light in the apartment, and sat in the dark, waiting. The minutes dragged. He stared at the window, the neon sign outside casting faint patterns on the blinds. Midnight loomed closer, each second amplifying his unease. 11:59 p.m. The air in the apartment grew heavy, like the walls were closing in. Aaron's skin prickled, his breath coming in shallow bursts. When the clock struck midnight, the silence shattered. A single tap echoed from the window. Aaron's heart stopped. The tap came again. And again. He tried to tell himself it was just the wind, a branch, anything logical. But deep down, he knew better. Slowly, he turned his head toward the window. The blinds were closed, but he could see a shadow moving behind them, tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally. The tapping stopped, replaced by a low, deliberate scraping. Aaron's throat tightened as he realized the figure was tracing its fingers down the glass, slow and deliberate. He wanted to scream, to run, but he couldn't move. The scraping stopped. Then, a whisper so faint he wasn't sure he heard it at all. "Look at me." Aaron's chest tightened. The blinds trembled slightly, as if something was pressing against them. He squeezed his eyes shut, his hands gripping the couch so hard his knuckles turned white. The whisper came again, more insistent. "Look at me, Aaron." His name. It knew his name. Against every instinct, against the pounding terror in his chest, Aaron opened his eyes. The blinds hung motionless. The window was dark. For a brief, fleeting moment, relief washed over him. Then the tapping resumed. From behind him. Aaron's breath hitched as the tapping continued, deliberate and slow, each sound like a needle piercing the fragile silence of the apartment. It was unmistakable now, coming from inside. His heart pounded so violently it felt like it might burst from his chest. He didn't dare turn around, not yet. The room felt different, as though the air had thickened, pressing down on him with invisible weight. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the distant hum of traffic outside, all of it faded into an oppressive silence. The tapping stopped. And then came the voice. "Aaron." It wasn't a whisper this time. It was louder, sharper, as if spoken directly into his ear. His entire body jolted, and he shot up from the couch, spinning around so quickly he nearly lost his balance. But the room was empty. Empty, except for the note. It lay on the floor in the center of the room, unfolded this time. Aaron stared at it, his throat dry. He didn't remember dropping it there, and yet, there it was, taunting him. Slowly, cautiously, he approached it, each step feeling heavier than the last. The handwriting had changed, messier, erratic. The words seemed scrawled in a frenzy. "Stop looking." Aaron's hands trembled as he backed away from the note, his mind racing. Every instinct told him to leave, to get as far away from this place as possible. But where could he go? And would it even matter? His phone vibrated in his pocket, the sudden noise making him jump. He fumbled to pull it out, his fingers shaking as he saw the notification. "Unknown number, are you alone?" Aaron's stomach churned. He didn't reply. He couldn't. Instead, he locked the phone and tossed it onto the couch like it was something vile. But the moment it landed, the screen lit up again. Another message. "Unknown number, answer me." The words on the screen blurred as Aaron's vision swam. His chest tightened, his breathing shallow and erratic. The sound of his pulse roared in his ears. He didn't want to read another message. He didn't want to know what it would say. But when the phone buzzed again, his resolve broke. "Unknown number, look behind you." Aaron's blood turned to ice. He stood frozen, his body locked in place by fear. Slowly, he forced himself to glance over his shoulder. The room was still empty, the shadows undisturbed. But something felt wrong. The window. He turned back toward it, his eyes narrowing as he saw the blinds sway slightly, as if brushed by an unseen hand. A faint smudge had appeared on the glass, a streak that hadn't been there moments ago. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but the shape was unmistakable, a handprint. Aaron stumbled backward, his body colliding with the edge of the couch. He could barely think, barely breathe. His phone buzzed again, and he snatched it up without thinking. "Unknown number, you're wasting time." The weight of those words settled in his chest like a stone. What did they mean? Wasting time for what? He wanted to scream, to demand answers, but he couldn't bring himself to type a reply. Instead, he did the only thing he could think of. He grabbed his keys and bolted for the door. The hallway outside was eerily quiet, the fluorescent lights casting a cold, sterile glow. He pressed the elevator button repeatedly, willing it to move faster. When the doors finally slid open, he stepped inside, his hand hovering over the ground floor button. That's when he noticed the smell. It was faint at first, a sickly sweet odor that grew stronger with each passing second. Aaron's stomach churned as he realized it was coming from behind him. Slowly, he turned, his reflection staring back at him from the polished metal walls of the elevator. And then he saw it. A shadow, faint but undeniable, standing just behind him. Aaron whipped around, but the elevator was empty. The doors slid shut, and the cabin lurched into motion, descending floor by floor. His breathing was ragged, his pulse a frantic drumbeat in his ears. When the elevator doors opened, the lobby was deserted. The security desk was empty, the usually bustling entryway silent. Aaron stepped out hesitantly, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. As he approached the front doors, his phone buzzed again. He hesitated, dread pooling in his stomach, before pulling it out. Unknown number, too late. A chill ran down his spine as the automatic doors refused to open. He pressed his hands against the glass, his breath fogging it up as panic set in. Outside, the city lights seemed dimmer, the streets unnaturally empty. The buzz of his phone came again, but this time, it wasn't a message. It was a call. The screen displayed the same unknown number, the phone vibrating insistently in his hand. Aaron stared at it, his mind screaming at him not to answer. But his thumb moved on its own, swiping across the screen. He held the phone to his ear, his voice trembling as he whispered, "Hello." For a moment, there was nothing but static. Then, a voice crackled through, low and distorted. "You can't run, Aaron. Not anymore." The call ended abruptly, leaving Aaron standing there in suffocating silence. His mind raced, searching for answers, for anything that made sense. But nothing did. The lobby lights flickered. Then, one by one, they went out, plunging the space into darkness. Aaron didn't wait to see what would happen next. He ran, back toward the elevator, his feet pounding against the marble floor. But the elevator doors were already closing, the cabin ascending without him. He spun around, searching for another way out, when he heard it. A faint tapping. This time, it wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from the front doors. And whatever was tapping, was inside. Aaron's footsteps echoed against the marble floor as he stumbled backward, his gaze fixed on the front doors. The tapping was deliberate, almost mocking, like a predator toying with its prey. The glass was smeared with faint streaks, handprints too distorted to belong to anything human. His chest tightened as he scanned the darkness, his mind racing with questions he couldn't answer. The air grew colder, each breath forming visible puffs in the dim light. He gripped his phone tightly, his fingers trembling, before dialing 911. The call didn't go through. A mechanical voice crackled in his ear, cold and detached, "The number you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please check the number and try again." He stared at the screen in disbelief. It was impossible. He tried again, dialing the number with painstaking precision, but the result was the same. Panic clawed at him as he shoved the phone into his pocket. Then came the voice. "Aaron." It was soft at first, barely above a whisper, but it echoed unnaturally through the lobby. He spun around, searching for the source, but the shadows seemed alive, shifting and twisting just out of reach. The tapping at the doors grew louder, more insistent, until it became a sharp, rhythmic pounding. Aaron's body tensed as he backed away, his mind screaming at him to run. But where? A low hum began to fill the room, a sound that made his teeth ache and his skin crawl. It wasn't coming from the doors or the shadows, it was coming from inside his head. He pressed his palms to his ears, trying to block it out, but it only grew louder, more invasive. "Stop fighting," the voice whispered, cutting through the hum like a knife. "You belong to us now." Aaron stumbled, his back colliding with the elevator doors. He slammed his fist against the button, desperate for it to open, but the cabin was still somewhere far above him. The pounding at the doors stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so heavy it felt suffocating. Then, the glass shattered. Aaron flinched as shards rained onto the floor, glinting like frozen tears in the faint light. His breath came in short, shallow gasps as he stared at the jagged opening. For a moment, nothing happened. And then it stepped through. The figure was taller than it had any right to be, its limbs elongated and unnaturally thin. Its face was obscured by shadows, but Aaron could feel its gaze, cold and piercing, like icy fingers wrapping around his soul. The creature didn't move. It didn't need to. Its presence alone was enough to paralyze him with fear. Aaron forced himself to move, his legs shaking as he bolted toward the stairwell. He threw the door open and began to climb, his footsteps echoing loudly in the narrow space. He didn't dare look back. Each step felt heavier than the last, his muscles burning with the effort. The hum was back, vibrating through the walls, through his bones, making it harder to think, harder to breathe. As he reached the fourth floor, he heard the stairwell door below slam open. The sound reverberated through the stairwell, followed by a low, guttural growl that made his blood run cold. It wasn't human. Aaron pushed himself harder, his lungs screaming for air as he climbed higher and higher. The growling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the metal railing. When he finally reached the 7th floor, he burst through the door and into the hallway. The lights flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows along the walls. He sprinted toward his apartment, fumbling with his keys as he reached the door. Behind him, the stairwell door creaked open. Aaron didn't look back. He jammed the key into the lock, his hands shaking violently as he twisted it. The door swung open, and he slammed it shut behind him, locking it in every way possible. He pressed his back against the door, his chest heaving as he tried to calm his frantic breathing. The silence was deafening, broken only by the faint buzz of the fluorescent light above him. For a moment, he thought he was safe. And then the knocking started. It was soft at first, almost polite, as though whatever was on the other side was waiting for an invitation. Aaron clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as he forced himself to stay calm. The knocking grew louder, more forceful, shaking the door on its hinges. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Aaron held his breath, his ears straining for any sound. The silence stretched on, thick and oppressive. Slowly, he moved away from the door, his steps cautious and deliberate. He turned toward the window. The blinds were open. He was certain he'd closed them before he left. The neon sign outside cast a faint red glow into the room, illuminating the figure standing in the corner. It was the same figure from the window earlier, its hollow eyes and wide grin fixed on him with unnatural intensity. Aaron froze, his body trembling as the figure began to move toward him. Its steps were slow, deliberate, each one accompanied by a soft clicking sound that set his teeth on edge. He backed away until his legs hit the couch, his mind screaming at him to run, to fight, to do anything but stand there. But he couldn't move. The figure stopped a few feet away, its grin widening impossibly as it raised a hand. Aaron flinched, expecting it to strike, but instead, it pointed toward the note on the floor. Aaron's gaze flicked to the note, then back to the figure. The message had changed again, the words written in bold, jagged letters. It's not over. The lights flickered violently, and when they steadied, the figure was gone. But the tapping had started again. This time, it was coming from the walls. The tapping surrounded Aaron now, soft but deliberate, like nails on a chalkboard. It was rhythmic, almost playful, echoing through the walls, the floor, the ceiling. He stood frozen in the center of the room, his eyes darting around wildly, searching for the source. But there was nothing. "Stop it," he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. His words hung in the air, swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. For a moment it was as if the world itself was holding its breath. And then, a voice replied. "We're just beginning." It wasn't one voice but many, layered and distorted, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Aaron's knees buckled, and he stumbled back onto the couch, clutching his head as the voices grew louder, overlapping in a chaotic symphony of whispers, laughter, and screams. "You shouldn't have stayed, Aaron." The word struck him like a physical blow, and suddenly, the tapping resumed, faster and more erratic, as if whatever was behind the walls was growing impatient. The air felt heavier, charged with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Aaron's chest heaved as he tried to calm himself, to think clearly, but his thoughts were a tangled mess of fear and confusion. His phone buzzed again, the sound jolting him back to reality. He hesitated before picking it up, dreading what he might see. "Unknown number, you're wasting time." Aaron stared at the message, his mind racing. What did it mean? Time for what? He wanted answers, but every instinct told him that asking would only make things worse. And then, as if in response to his thoughts, the phone buzzed again. "Unknown number, ask the right question." Aaron's hands trembled as he typed, his thumbs moving almost of their own accord. "What do you want from me?" The reply came instantly. "Unknown number, the truth." Aaron's brow furrowed. The truth? What truth? He wanted to scream, to throw the phone across the room, but before he could react, the tapping changed. It wasn't random anymore. It was deliberate, rhythmic like a code. Morse code. Aaron's heart pounded as he realized what he was hearing. He'd learned Morse code years ago, back in high school, but he never thought he'd need it. Now, the scattered pieces of his memory felt like a lifeline. He strained to focus, mentally translating the taps. Leave. Aaron's blood ran cold. He didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing his keys and phone, he bolted for the door, his hands fumbling with the locks. The tapping grew louder, more frantic, as if trying to stop him. When he finally swung the door open, he nearly collided with his neighbor, Mrs. Hargrove. The elderly woman looked at him with wide, startled eyes, her wrinkled face pale. "Aaron, are you all right?" she asked, her voice trembling. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the lights in the hallway flickered, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Mrs. Hargrove's expression changed, her eyes narrowing as her lips curled into a faint smile. "You're not going anywhere," she said, her voice distorted, layered with the same unnatural tone he'd heard earlier. Aaron stumbled back, his breath hitching as Mrs. Hargrove took a step toward him. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, as if her body was being controlled by invisible strings. Without thinking, Aaron turned and ran, his bare feet pounding against the cold floor as he sprinted toward the stairwell. The hum was back, vibrating through the walls, louder and more invasive than ever. As he reached the stairwell door, he glanced back over his shoulder. Mrs. Hargrove was gone, but the shadows at the far end of the hallway seemed to ripple, shifting and twisting like a living thing. The door slammed shut behind him as he descended the stairs, his legs burning with each step. He didn't know where he was going, he just needed to get out, to put as much distance between himself and that apartment as possible. When he reached the lobby, it was empty again, the silence so thick it felt alive. He ran toward the front doors, but they didn't budge, the automatic mechanism frozen. "Come on," he shouted, slamming his fists against the glass. Behind him, the hum grew louder, accompanied by a faint, scraping sound. Aaron turned slowly, his breath catching in his throat. The figure was back. It stood at the far end of the lobby, its impossibly long limbs silhouetted against the flickering lights. Its head tilted to one side, as if studying him, before it began to move. Aaron's body screamed at him to run, but his legs felt like lead. He could only watch as the figure approached, its movements unnaturally smooth, its grin widening with each step. And then, it stopped. The lights flickered once more, and in the brief moment of darkness, the figure disappeared. Aaron's chest heaved as he stumbled back toward the elevator, slamming his hand against the button. The doors opened almost instantly, and he rushed inside, jabbing at the buttons until they closed. The cabin lurched into motion, ascending floor by floor. Aaron leaned against the wall, his body trembling as he tried to catch his breath. But then, the lights in the elevator went out. The hum returned, louder than ever, filling the confined space with an almost unbearable pressure. Aaron's phone buzzed again, the screen illuminating his terrified face. Unknown number, you can't escape. The lights flickered back on, and Aaron screamed. The figure was in the elevator with him. Aaron's scream echoed in the confined space, bouncing off the steel walls of the elevator. The figure loomed before him, its grin impossibly wide, its hollow eyes locked onto his. Aaron scrambled backward, his back pressing hard against the elevator wall. The lights flickered violently, and with each burst of illumination, the figure seemed to shift closer and closer, as if moving between frames of reality. The elevator jolted to a sudden stop, throwing Aaron to the floor. Darkness swallowed him whole, the air thick with a suffocating tension. He fumbled for his phone, its faint glow his only source of light, and pointed it toward the figure. It was gone. Aaron's breathing was shallow, his heart hammering against his ribs. His trembling fingers reached for the emergency phone, but the line was dead. A soft, rhythmic tapping started again, this time coming from the elevator's ceiling. He aimed his phone upward, the faint light revealing a panel slowly sliding open. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible. Something reached through the opening, long, skeletal fingers that scraped against the steel, sending a screech down his spine. Aaron froze, his mind a whirlwind of panic and disbelief. Then, with a sudden burst of adrenaline, he lunged for the elevator doors, prying them apart with every ounce of strength he could muster. The gap was small, just enough for him to squeeze through, but the elevator shaft beyond offered little comfort. He could see the faint glow of another floor below, its doors slightly ajar. Without thinking, he grabbed onto the cables, his palms burning as he began to descend. The tapping above grew louder, more frantic, accompanied by the sound of something heavy dropping into the elevator. Aaron didn't look back. As he reached the next floor, he swung himself toward the opening, his arms straining as he pulled himself through the narrow gap. He collapsed onto the cold tile floor, his body trembling from the effort. The hallway was eerily quiet, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Aaron's breaths came in shallow gasps as he pushed himself to his feet, his eyes scanning the corridor for any signs of movement. That's when he saw it. At the far end of the hallway, a door was ajar, its edges glowing with an unnatural light. Aaron hesitated, every instinct screaming at him to turn back, but something about the door pulled him forward. His footsteps were slow, deliberate, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness. As he approached, the light grew brighter, pulsating like a heartbeat. He reached out, his hand trembling as he pushed the door open. Inside was a small, cluttered room filled with old furniture and stacks of yellowed papers. At the center of the room stood a single chair, its back facing him. On the floor around it was a circle of symbols drawn in what looked like dried blood. Aaron's stomach churned, a wave of nausea washing over him as he stepped inside. The air was heavy, the scent of iron and decay making it hard to breathe. Then the chair creaked. Aaron froze as it began to turn slowly, revealing a man slumped in the seat. His head lolled to one side, his lifeless eyes staring at nothing. But what caught Aaron's attention was the object in the man's lap, a journal, its cover stained and weathered. The tapping started again, louder this time, as if coming from all directions. Aaron's eyes darted around the room, but there was no one else there. He reached for the journal, his fingers brushing against its rough surface. The moment he touched it, the tapping stopped. Silence enveloped the room, oppressive and unnatural. Aaron's heart pounded as he opened the journal, the brittle pages crackling beneath his fingers. The handwriting was jagged, frantic, as though written in a hurry. "It's not just the building. It's the people. They're not who they seem." Aaron's breath hitched as he read the next line. "If you're reading this, they already know you're here." A sudden bang echoed from the hallway, followed by the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and getting closer. Aaron clutched the journal to his chest, his mind racing. The man in the chair twitched. Aaron stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror as the lifeless body began to move, its head snapping upright with an unnatural jerk. The man's eyes, once dull and vacant, now burned with an eerie glow. "You shouldn't have touched that," the man said, his voice layered and distorted. Aaron turned and ran, the journal still clutched in his hands. He burst into the hallway, the lights flickering wildly as the footsteps behind him grew louder. He didn't dare look back. The hallways seemed to stretch on endlessly, each turn leading to another identical corridor. The walls were closing in, the hum in his head growing louder, more invasive. Finally, he saw an exit sign ahead, its red glow a beacon of hope in the chaos. He sprinted toward it, his legs burning with exhaustion. As he reached the door, he shoved it open and stumbled outside. The cold night air hit him like a slap, and for a brief moment, he thought he was safe. But the street was wrong. It was empty, completely devoid of life. The buildings loomed taller than he remembered, their windows dark and unwelcoming. The hum was still there, faint but persistent, and Aaron realized with growing dread that it wasn't coming from the building. It was coming from the journal. He opened it again, his hands shaking as he flipped through the pages. The words seemed to shift and writhe on the paper, forming new sentences as he read. "You can't run. You can't hide. We see everything." The streetlights flickered, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched toward him like grasping hands. Aaron backed away, his heart racing as he clutched the journal tighter. And then, the voice came again, soft and mocking. "You belong to us now." The voice echoed in Aaron's ears, weaving itself into his thoughts like a parasite. He stumbled through the empty streets, the journal clutched tightly to his chest, as though it were the only thing tethering him to reality. The oppressive silence of the city pressed down on him, broken only by the occasional flicker of the streetlights overhead. Aaron's instincts screamed for him to discard the journal, to throw it away and run until his legs gave out, but he couldn't. Something compelled him to hold on to it, as if the answers he sought were bound within its cursed pages. But the journal wasn't silent. The hum grew louder, its vibrations crawling up his spine, rattling his teeth. The words on the pages shifted again, forming new lines before his eyes. "Turn around." Aaron froze, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't want to look, every fiber of his being screamed against it, but the compulsion was too strong. Slowly, he turned. The street behind him was empty. Or so it seemed. The shadows moved, stretching unnaturally across the asphalt, bending and twisting in ways that defied logic. Aaron squinted, his eyes straining to make sense of what he was seeing. And then he saw it. A figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct at first, like a smudge on a lens. But as it moved closer, its features sharpened, revealing a grotesque, distorted parody of a human. Its limbs were too long, its joints bending at unnatural angles. Its face was a blank canvas, save for a single, gaping mouth that twisted into a cruel smile. Aaron stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. The figure's grin widened, impossibly so, as it raised a hand to point directly at him. You have no idea what you've done, it said, its voice a guttural rasp. Aaron turned and ran, the sound of his own ragged breaths mingling with the tapping that now echoed from every corner of the city. The buildings seemed to close in around him, their windows dark and foreboding, as if the city itself was alive and watching. He darted into an alley, his feet splashing through puddles of stagnant water. The shadows here were thicker, more oppressive, but he didn't care. All he wanted was to put distance between himself and that thing. The hum in the journal grew more insistent, vibrating against his chest like a heartbeat. He stopped, pressing his back against the cold brick wall, and opened it again. The pages were blank. Aaron stared in disbelief, flipping through the journal frantically. The words, the warnings, they were all gone. The only thing left was a single line scrawled across the final page. You can't escape the truth. What truth? Aaron whispered, his voice barely audible. A shadow passed over him, and he looked up to see the figure standing at the mouth of the alley, its head tilted unnaturally to one side. Tell me. Aaron shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. What do you want from me? The figure stepped closer, its movements eerily smooth, as if gliding rather than walking. Aaron pressed himself harder against the wall, his mind racing for a way out. Run all you want, the figure said, its grin widening. But you'll end up right where you belong. The streetlights flickered, casting the alley into darkness. When they came back on, the figure was gone. Aaron didn't wait to see if it would return. He bolted out of the alley, his legs burning as he ran aimlessly through the labyrinth of empty streets. The city was a maze, its once familiar layout warped and distorted. Every turn brought him back to the same place, a decrepit building with boarded-up windows and a faded sign that read, Harper's Orphanage. Aaron stopped, his chest heaving as he stared at the building. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, its walls covered in graffiti and ivy. But something about it felt familiar, like a memory he couldn't quite grasp. The journal buzzed again, and Aaron opened it with trembling hands. This time, the words were written in bold, jagged letters. Go inside. Aaron shook his head, his grip tightening on the journal. No. No way. The wind picked up, carrying with it a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from the building itself. Aaron. He froze. It wasn't just his name, it was the voice that spoke it. A voice he hadn't heard in years. Mom. The word escaped his lips before he could stop it. His heart ached at the sound, the memory of her face flashing in his mind. But it couldn't be. She was gone. Come inside, sweetheart, the voice called again, soft and soothing. Tears stung Aaron's eyes as he took a hesitant step forward. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, guiding him toward the entrance. The door creaked open on its own, revealing a dark, musty interior. Aaron hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back, but the pull was too strong. As he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him, plunging him into darkness. Aaron, the voice called again, this time closer. He turned toward the sound, his hands trembling as he held the journal like a shield. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and the floor creaked beneath his weight. A faint light appeared at the end of the hallway, flickering like a dying flame. Aaron walked toward it, his footsteps slow and cautious. The light led him to a door, its surface cracked and peeling. He pushed it open, revealing a small room filled with old toys and broken furniture. At the center of the room was a rocking chair, its wooden frame swaying gently despite the still air. Sitting in the chair was a figure, a woman with long, dark hair that obscured her face. She hummed softly, the melody hauntingly familiar. Mom. Aaron whispered, his voice trembling. The woman stopped humming and slowly lifted her head. Her eyes met his, and Aaron's heart sank. They were hollow, black voids that seemed to pull him in. You shouldn't have come back, she said, her voice a twisted mockery of his mother's. Aaron stumbled back, his mind racing. Who are you? What do you want from me? The woman smiled, her teeth sharp and glistening. The truth, Aaron. It's always been about the truth. The room began to spin, the walls warping and closing in around him. The last thing he heard before everything went black was the sound of the journal falling to the floor. Aaron awoke to darkness, the air around him heavy and suffocating. His head throbbed, and his limbs felt like lead, as if something unseen was pinning him to the cold, damp floor. He blinked, trying to focus, but the blackness was impenetrable. For a moment, he thought he was blind. Then came the sound of slow, deliberate scraping, like nails dragged across stone. It echoed through the void, sending chills down Aaron's spine. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey. Panic surged through him as the scraping grew louder, closer. "Where are you?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. The answer came not in words, but in a chilling, guttural laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Aaron's breathing quickened. "Who's there?" The laugh stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so profound it was almost deafening. Then, without warning, a faint light appeared, illuminating the edges of the room. The space was cavernous, the walls slick with moisture and covered in strange, jagged markings. In the center of the room stood a figure. It was tall and thin, its form cloaked in shadows that seemed to writhe and pulse as if alive. Its head tilted slowly, unnaturally, as it regarded Aaron with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You've come far," the figure said, its voice a blend of whispers and growls. "But you don't understand, do you?" Aaron tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his words caught in a knot of fear. The figure stepped closer, its movements impossibly smooth. "The journal, it's not just a record. It's a doorway. And you've opened it." Aaron's mind raced, piecing together fragments of the events that had led him here. "What do you mean?" "I didn't open anything." The figure laughed again, a sound that sent tremors through the floor. "Oh, but you did. Every question, every step forward, you've been unlocking it piece by piece. And now, there's no turning back." Aaron forced himself to sit up, his muscles aching with the effort. "What do you want from me?" The figure's grin widened, revealing rows of jagged, glistening teeth. "Want? This was never about what I want. It's about what you need. The truth, Aaron. The truth you've been running from your whole life." Aaron shook his head, his voice rising. "Stop saying that." "What truth?" The figure extended a hand, its fingers impossibly long and thin, pointing toward the journal that now lay on the floor beside him. "It's all in there. Go ahead. Read it." Aaron hesitated, his eyes darting between the figure and the journal. The air seemed to hum with anticipation, the walls closing in as if urging him to comply. Slowly, he reached for the journal, his fingers brushing against its rough surface. The moment he touched it, the room changed. The walls dissolved, replaced by a swirling void of shifting colors and shapes. Aaron found himself standing on a platform of cracked stone, suspended in an endless expanse of nothingness. The figure remained, its presence towering over him like a shadow cast by some unseen light. The journal opened on its own, its pages flipping rapidly before settling on a single passage. The words seemed to glow, their meaning sinking into Aaron's mind like a brand. The orphanage wasn't abandoned. It was erased. Aaron's breath caught in his throat. Images flooded his mind, children playing in the yard, their laughter echoing in the air. But the scene darkened, their faces twisting in terror as shadowy figures closed in. The laughter turned to screams, the ground beneath them cracking open and swallowing everything whole. Aaron staggered back, clutching his head. "No. No, that's not real. It can't be." The figure's voice was cold, unwavering. "You were there, Aaron. You saw it. You survived." Aaron's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, the weight of the revelation crushing him. Memories long buried clawed their way to the surface, his mother's frantic whispers, the sound of the front door slamming as she ran. The orphanage had been his home, a place he'd forgotten or forced himself to forget. Tears streamed down his face as he looked up at the figure. Why me? Why am I the only one left? The figure knelt before him, its eyes burning like twin embers. Because you were chosen. The journal isn't just a doorway, it's a beacon. And now that you've awakened it, they're coming for you. Aaron's pulse quickened. Who's coming? The figure leaned closer, its voice dropping to a whisper. The ones who erased it. The ones who feast on fear, who thrive in the spaces between worlds. They've been watching, waiting for someone to open the door. And you've invited them in. The platform began to crack, fissures spreading like spiderwebs beneath Aaron's feet. The void around him pulsed, the colors shifting violently as a deafening roar filled the air. The figure stood, its form towering once more. Run, Aaron. Run, and maybe you'll survive long enough to understand. Before Aaron could respond, the platform gave way, and he was falling, tumbling through the endless void. The journal slipped from his grasp, its pages fluttering like dying wings. He hit the ground hard, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Gasping, he pushed himself up, his surroundings coming into focus. He was back on the city streets, but they were different now, darker, more twisted. The buildings leaned unnaturally, their windows glowing with an eerie red light. The journal lay a few feet away, its cover smoldering as if burned. Aaron crawled toward it, his fingers trembling as he picked it up. The words on the pages had changed again, forming a single line that chilled him to the core. They're here. A low growl rumbled behind him, followed by the sound of claws scraping against concrete. Aaron turned slowly, his blood running cold as he saw them, figures emerging from the shadows, their forms twisted and unnatural, their eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. Aaron clutched the journal to his chest, his mind racing. He didn't know how to fight them, didn't know if he even could. But one thing was certain, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. Aaron's heart hammered in his chest as the creatures closed in, their growls vibrating through the air. Their figures loomed large in the darkness, their bodies stretched and warped like grotesque mockeries of human form. There were no faces, just gaping holes where eyes should have been, empty voids that seemed to pull the very light from the air. Their claws scraped against the ground, leaving deep gouges in the concrete with every step. The journal burned against Aaron's chest, its hum louder now, vibrating like a warning. He didn't know what it was telling him, but he couldn't think straight with the creatures circling him like vultures. "What do you want?" he shouted, his voice cracking as he tried to stand. His legs were shaky, like they weren't his own, but he had to move. He had to get away. One of the creatures lunged toward him, its arms stretching impossibly long, but Aaron was faster. He stumbled backward, just narrowly avoiding the creature's claws as they swiped through the air where his chest had been seconds earlier. "Get away from me," he yelled, his voice raw with desperation. The creatures hissed, their sharp, jagged teeth gleaming in the dim light. They weren't just after him, they were after something else, something Aaron couldn't understand yet. The journal. Aaron's eyes darted to the book, still clutched in his hand. He couldn't remember what it said exactly, but there was something there, something important. He needed to open it, needed to find out what the hell was happening before it was too late. He cracked open the journal, flipping through the pages with trembling hands. The words blurred together, but one passage stood out, burning through the chaos. "They cannot reach you if you understand." Understand what? Aaron muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the page. The creatures continued their low growls, their movements getting closer with each passing second. And then, as if something in the journal had triggered a memory, the truth hit him like a sledgehammer. The orphanage. It wasn't a place of salvation, as he'd once believed. It was a prison. And he wasn't just some survivor. He had been part of something far darker, far more sinister. His mother hadn't just taken him away from the orphanage. She had been running too. Running from the same things that had been hunting him now. Aaron felt the pull of the past tugging at him like a chain. The memories came flooding back in pieces, fractured, distorted, but undeniable. The children who had once filled the orphanage with their laughter were all gone, swallowed by the darkness. And the woman, the one who had been in the rocking chair, had been the one to lead them there. She wasn't his mother. She was something else. Something old, something evil. "Do you see it now?" a voice whispered behind him. Aaron spun around, his breath catching in his throat. The creature who spoke had no face, but the voice, it was unmistakable. It was the same voice he had heard earlier, the one that had called his name, the one that had haunted him since he opened the journal. "You're not real," Aaron whispered, his mind reeling. "Oh, but I am," the creature said, its voice dripping with malice. "I've always been here. Watching. Waiting for you to remember." Aaron's heart sank. He knew what this was. This wasn't just a nightmare. This wasn't something he could wake up from. This was real. The creature's form shifted, its body warping and twisting as it stepped toward him. Its arms reached out, its long, clawed fingers stretching, reaching for the journal. "No!" Aaron shouted, backing away. "I won't let you take it." But the creature was too fast. It lunged, its claws slicing through the air like knives. Aaron raised the journal instinctively, hoping that it would protect him. To his surprise, it did. The moment the journal touched the creature's clawed hand, a blinding light erupted from the pages, washing over the creature and forcing it to recoil. The creature shrieked in pain, its form writhing as though it was being burned by the light. Aaron's hands trembled, but he held on, feeling the power in the journal pulse through him. The creature screamed again, its body disintegrating into a cloud of smoke and ash, leaving nothing but the smell of sulfur in the air. Aaron stood frozen, staring at the spot where the creature had been moments before. The light from the journal flickered, dimming, but the hum remained a constant reminder of the power it held. What had just happened? Was this the answer? Had he just defeated one of them? "No," Aaron whispered, shaking his head. "This can't be over. It's just beginning." And then he heard it. The sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing in the distance. He wasn't alone. Aaron turned toward the sound, his body stiff with fear. More figures were emerging from the shadows, more of the faceless creatures, their claws scraping against the ground like nails on a chalkboard. They were closing in on him again. But this time, Aaron was ready. The journal thrummed louder, its power rising once more. He felt it in his bones, that same electric charge that had flowed through him when the creature had tried to take it. The truth was in his hands now, and with it, he wasn't helpless. He could fight back. But there was something else, something Aaron couldn't ignore. The creatures weren't just after him anymore. They were after the journal. And if they got it, it wouldn't just be the end of him, it would be the end of everything. Aaron backed up, keeping the journal pressed to his chest as he surveyed his surroundings. He needed a plan, a way out. He couldn't stay here, not with the creatures closing in. And then, he saw it. In the distance, through the fog and shadows, stood the outline of a building, a familiar one. The orphanage. It was calling to him. But there was no way he could go back there. No way he could face what he had left behind. But what choice did he have? The creatures were closing in fast. He had no time to think. He turned and ran, the journal still clutched tightly to his chest, as the dark shapes followed behind him. The city seemed to twist around him, its streets warping, the buildings bending as if the very fabric of reality was starting to tear. The orphanage was waiting for him. And there was no escaping it. Aaron's breath came in ragged gasps as he sprinted through the distorted streets, the figures behind him relentless, never faltering in their pursuit. Every step felt like it was taking him deeper into a nightmare, one that refused to release its grip on him. The journal burned against his chest, its pulse now in sync with his own racing heartbeat. It was the only thing keeping him from collapsing into despair. He had to get to the orphanage. His mind screamed at him to turn back, to abandon the cursed building, but his body was already moving toward it. The shadows twisted and stretched, distorting the familiar path he once knew so well. The city felt wrong, as though it was being rewritten with every step he took. The ground beneath him seemed to breathe, the walls of the buildings closing in like the jaws of some unseen predator. And the creatures, they were still coming. Aaron didn't dare look behind him. He knew what he'd see. The eyes that weren't eyes. The gaping, empty faces that stared at him with hunger. The claws that scraped against the concrete, eager for the moment they'd catch him. As he rounded a corner, the orphanage appeared before him, looming like a dark monolith against the night sky. Its broken windows stared down at him like empty eyes, the door hanging ajar as though waiting to welcome him home. But Aaron knew better now. This place wasn't home. It was a trap. But he had no choice. He had to confront whatever lay inside. If the creatures wanted the journal, then he needed to figure out why. He couldn't keep running forever. The moment he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crash. The walls trembled, and the temperature dropped, making his breath visible in the air. "Welcome back, Aaron," a voice whispered, and Aaron froze. It was the same voice, the one that had been haunting him, the one that had been in his head since the very beginning. He turned slowly, his pulse quickening. There, standing in the center of the room, was a figure he recognized. It was her. The woman from his memories. The one he had seen in the rocking chair. But she was no longer the kindly face he had remembered. Her features were twisted, her eyes dark and empty, her body contorted in unnatural ways. She was like one of them now, one of the things that had been chasing him. "You," Aaron's voice trembled. "What did you do to me? To all of us?" The woman's lips curled into a smile, but there was nothing human about it. "You've always known, Aaron. You just didn't want to face it. You're here because you belong here." Aaron shook his head. "No. I don't belong here. This place is cursed." The woman stepped forward, her movements jerky, like a puppet on strings. "Cursed? No, Aaron. This place is the key. The orphanage was never a home. It was a prison. A prison for the ones who couldn't be allowed to leave. And you've always been one of them." A cold chill ran through Aaron's veins. He could feel the weight of her words crushing him. Everything he had believed about his past, about the orphanage, was a lie. It wasn't a sanctuary. It was a cage, and he had been trapped in it from the very beginning. The journal in his hands began to pulse again, its hum growing louder, more insistent. Aaron gripped it tighter, his knuckles white with the pressure. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The woman's smile grew wider, her mouth opening impossibly wide, showing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. "What do I want? I want you to understand. I want you to remember." And then it hit him. The journal wasn't just a key to this place. It was a key to everything: the past, the present, the twisted web of lies that had ensnared him. The orphanage, the creatures, the woman, it was all part of the same horrific truth. Aaron had been part of an experiment, one that sought to manipulate the very fabric of reality itself. The children, the ones who had vanished over the years, weren't dead. They were lost, erased from time and memory, turned into something else entirely. The creatures. They weren't just manifestations of fear. They were the remnants of the children who had been consumed by the darkness, twisted into beings that lived between worlds. And Aaron, in his naivety, had unwittingly unlocked the door that kept them trapped. "You were never meant to leave," the woman continued, her voice now a low, guttural growl. "You were always meant to stay here, with us. Forever." Aaron's breath caught in his throat. The truth was almost too much to bear. But there was one thing he knew for certain now: he couldn't stay. Not here. Not with them. He looked at the journal, and the answer was clear. With a cry of defiance, Aaron hurled the journal into the air. The moment it left his hands, the room seemed to come alive. The walls shook, the ceiling cracked, and the floor beneath him began to crumble. The journal hovered above him, its pages flipping wildly, and for a moment, Aaron thought he saw something dark and horrible, moving in the pages. It was the doorway. Before he could react, the ground gave way beneath him, and he was falling. The world spun around him, the darkness consuming everything. The last thing he saw before everything went black was the journal, its pages glowing with an unholy light. Aaron awoke again, but this time, the world around him was different. It was quiet, unnaturally so. He slowly sat up, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was the city again, but this time, it was completely still. The buildings were intact, the streets empty. The sky was the color of an old bruise, swirling with dark clouds. And then he heard it. A soft whisper, carried on the wind. "It's not over." Aaron turned sharply, his heart sinking. The creatures were still out there. And the journal had never truly left. This is the end of the story. Story 2. It wasn't supposed to end like this. The whispers, the shadows, the blood. They thought they could escape, that the curse was just a story. They were wrong. You're about to see why. Would you dare stay until the final breath? We didn't mean to go there. Not really. But the house always seemed to call out, even if we didn't realize it at the time. Its windows were shattered, its walls leaning as if they were tired of standing, yet somehow it still felt alive. People said it was haunted, that something evil lived inside. But stories are just stories, right? That's what we told ourselves. It was a cold night, colder than it should have been for that time of year. The air felt heavy, like the atmosphere before a storm, pressing down on our shoulders. Jake was the first to bring it up. He always had that wild streak, the kind of guy who couldn't resist pushing boundaries. "Let's check it out," he said, his grin half hidden by the dim streetlight. Sarah shot him a look, a mix of irritation and curiosity. "You're kidding, right?" she asked, but there was a tremble in her voice that betrayed her fear. "I didn't want to go." "Not really. But I also didn't want to be the one who chickened out." "It's just a house," Jake added, laughing. "What's the worst that could happen? We shouldn't have asked." The gate creaked as we pushed it open, the sound slicing through the eerie silence. We stepped inside, the crunch of dead leaves beneath our feet echoing like breaking bones. The front door was ajar, hanging on one hinge, swaying slightly in the breeze. It looked like it was waiting for us. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but my feet kept moving. Maybe it was the thrill, or maybe it was something else. Something darker. Jake was the first to step inside, his flashlight sweeping across the filthy floor. Dust hung in the air like a mist, catching the light and turning everything hazy. The smell hit us immediately, damp, rot, and something metallic. Sarah gagged, covering her nose. "This was a mistake," she whispered, but Jake was already moving deeper into the house. The first thing we noticed was how quiet it was. Not just silent, but oppressive, like the air itself was holding its breath. My footsteps felt deafening, each one echoing in the stillness. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, and there were deep gouges in the wood beneath, as if something with claws had tried to escape. We moved through the hall, past rooms that felt wrong, like they were watching us. A chair sat in the corner, its legs broken, but it faced the door as if someone had been waiting. The smell was stronger now, more distinct. It was the smell of something old, something dead. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice was barely audible, her eyes wide and searching. At first, I didn't hear anything. Then I did. A faint whisper, so soft it could have been the wind. Except it wasn't. It was coming from the room at the end of the hall. We all froze, exchanging uneasy glances. "It's probably just the wind," Jake said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. "We shouldn't have gone in." We knew it even then. But we were already too far in to turn back. The door to the last room was closed, unlike the others. The wood was warped and splintered, the handle rusted. Jake hesitated, his hand hovering over the doorknob. "Ready?" he asked, but no one answered. He turned it anyway. It was dark inside, so dark that even the beam of the flashlight seemed to be swallowed up. But we could still see what was on the floor. Blood. Dried and crusted, smeared in patterns that made no sense. Symbols we didn't recognize. Sarah whimpered, clutching my arm, and for the first time, I realized she was trembling. "We should go," she said, her voice breaking. "We need to go now." But it was too late. The whispering grew louder, surrounding us, filling the room. It wasn't in any language I knew, just a low, guttural sound that made my skin crawl. Jake dropped the flashlight, and it rolled across the floor, the light flickering before it went out completely. We were plunged into darkness, and that's when the door slammed shut behind us. I've never known fear like that. Not the kind that makes your heart race, but the kind that turns your blood cold and freezes you in place. We couldn't see anything, but we could feel it, something in the room with us, something watching. Jake tried the door, yanking at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. "It's locked," he hissed, panic rising in his voice. "It won't open." The whispering stopped, and for a moment, there was only silence. And then we heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling us. We weren't alone. Sarah clung to me, her breath ragged. "Please," she begged, though I'm not sure who she was begging. "Please, let us out." The footsteps stopped, and the air grew colder. I could see my breath in the darkness, and then I felt it, hot breath against my neck. A voice, low and cruel, whispered into my ear. "You shouldn't have come." We screamed. All of us. The kind of scream that rips through your throat and tears at your lungs. But the house didn't care. It swallowed the sound, like it had swallowed everything else. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, choking. Jake kept pounding on the door, Sarah was sobbing, and I was frozen, waiting for the thing in the room to make its move. And then, nothing. No footsteps. No whispers. Just silence. Jake's fists hit the wood again and again until his knuckles bled. "Why won't it open?" he shouted, voice cracking with panic. Sarah clutched at him, her face pale, tear-streaked. "It's toying with us," she said, barely above a whisper. "It's waiting." We fumbled for the flashlight Jake had dropped. My fingers found it, cold and slick with something I didn't want to think about. I clicked it on, the light barely holding. But it was enough. Enough to see that we weren't alone anymore. There were shapes in the shadows. Figures. Standing perfectly still, surrounding us, faces hidden, but their eyes, we could feel them watching. Jake staggered back, nearly tripping over his own feet. Who are you?" he stammered. They didn't answer. The air was thick with the smell of rot and decay, and every instinct screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. They stepped closer, slow, deliberate. I held the flashlight tighter, its dim beam flickering, as if it too was afraid. One of the figures raised a hand, long fingers curling unnaturally, pointing straight at me. Its skin was pale, stretched thin over jagged bones. "You brought this on yourself," it rasped, voice like grinding glass. The others began to move, surrounding us, circling slowly like wolves closing in on prey. Jake tried the door one last time, kicking it with all the strength he had left. Nothing. It didn't even budge. We were trapped, and whatever these things were, they weren't in any hurry to let us go. Then, a sound. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The figures froze, their heads snapping to the side, like they were listening to something we couldn't hear. The one closest to me leaned in, and for the first time, I could see its face. It wasn't a face. Where eyes should have been, there were hollow pits, empty and black. Its mouth was stretched into a wide, jagged grin, too many teeth crammed into a space too small. "It's awake," it hissed, and the others echoed the words in a haunting chorus. "It's awake. It's awake." Suddenly, the door behind us creaked open on its own. No one moved. We just stared, too afraid to believe it. But the figures didn't follow. They stayed rooted in place, still as statues, watching. Jake was the first to move. He grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her toward the door. "Go," he yelled, and that was all it took. We bolted. The hallway seemed longer than before, stretching endlessly, the walls pulsing like something alive. But we kept running, not daring to look back. The front door was open now, the cold night air rushing in. We stumbled out, gasping, collapsing on the dead grass outside. The house stood silent behind us, its windows dark, its door swinging slowly shut. None of us spoke for a long time. We just sat there, trembling, staring at the place that had almost become our tomb. Finally, Jake broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" he whispered, voice raw with fear. None of us had an answer. Sarah wiped at her face, her eyes hollow. "It let us go," she said, her voice distant. "But why?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the wind picked up, carrying with it the faintest sound of laughter. Low and cruel, it echoed from the house, fading into the night. We didn't talk about what happened after that night. We tried to forget, to pretend it was all just some horrible nightmare. But the whispers, they never stopped. Every night, when the world grew quiet, we could hear them. Soft at first, then louder, closer. And the worst part? We knew it wasn't over. It was just beginning. The days after that night stretched into something strange, silent, brittle, like a thread about to snap. We didn't talk about it, not really. Every time one of us tried to bring it up, the words seemed to die on our tongues. It was as if speaking about it would make it more real, like it was still listening, still watching. But the silence couldn't hold forever. 3 days after the house, I woke up to the sound of knocking. At first, I thought it was a dream, soft, steady taps at my window, rhythmic and patient. But as I sat up, the sound didn't stop. I told myself it was the wind, a branch maybe, scraping against the glass. But when I looked, there was nothing there. Just the reflection of my pale, trembling face. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just on edge, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. We had left the house, but whatever was in there hadn't let us go. Not really. The next morning, Jake didn't come to school. Neither did Sarah. My phone buzzed once, twice, but I ignored it. I didn't want to know. I wasn't ready. But the buzzing didn't stop. When I finally looked, it was a message from Sarah. 3 words. "It's happening again." I stared at the screen for what felt like forever, the words blurring together. I didn't want to answer, didn't want to believe it. But before I could type anything, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a picture. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. The image was grainy, dark, like it had been taken in a hurry. But then I saw it. A face. Or what was left of one. Pale, hollow, with eyes like empty pits and a smile that stretched too wide. The same thing we saw in the house. My hands were shaking as I called her. The line rang once, twice, and then she answered. Her voice was a whisper, trembling and broken. "They're here," she said, and then the line went dead. I didn't think. I just ran. The streets felt empty, the air too still. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced something was following me, but the road behind me was empty. Still, the feeling didn't leave, the sense that I was being watched. Sarah's house was only a few blocks away, but it felt like it took hours to get there. The front door was open, swinging slightly in the breeze. I hesitated on the porch, my heart hammering in my chest. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The air smelled wrong, cold and metallic, like rust and something else, something I didn't want to think about. The living room was empty, the furniture untouched, but the silence was suffocating. "Sarah?" I called again, my voice echoing through the house. A soft sound came from upstairs. A whimper. I didn't want to go. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run, but I couldn't leave her. Not like this. I took the stairs slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last. The hallway was dark, the doors all closed except for one at the end. Her room. The door was ajar, just enough to see the edge of the bed. I pushed it open slowly, my breath catching in my throat. She was there, sitting on the edge of the bed, her back to me, shoulders hunched. "Sarah?" I whispered, stepping closer. She didn't move. I reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's me," I said softly. "It's okay. I'm here." She turned then, and I stumbled back, choking on a scream. It wasn't Sarah. Her face was wrong, twisted. Her eyes were gone, replaced by black, empty voids, and that smile, the same smile from the house. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice not her own. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the hardwood, crashing down the stairs in a blind panic. Behind me, I could hear her, or it, laughing. A low, guttural sound that chased me out into the street, echoing in my ears long after I was far from the house. I ran until my lungs burned, until I could no longer hear anything but my own ragged breathing. When I finally stopped, I realized something chilling. I hadn't saved her. Whatever was in the house hadn't just followed us. It had taken her. And I was next. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't. I didn't trust my own house anymore, didn't trust the shadows in my room or the way the windows seemed to creak in the wind. The fear had burrowed deep into my bones, and the thought of being alone was unbearable. Instead, I found myself at the park, the one where we used to hang out before everything went wrong. The swings creaked softly in the breeze, the sound hollow and empty without the usual laughter that used to fill the air. I sat on the cold bench, staring at the dark sky, my mind racing with thoughts I didn't want to have. Jake. I needed to find him. If Sarah was gone, no, taken, then Jake had to be next. He was reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He had to know what was happening. He had to be alive. I pulled out my phone and dialed his number, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. It rang, and rang, and rang, until his voicemail picked up. I didn't leave a message. I just hung up and called again. Nothing. The night stretched on, every second feeling like an eternity, the cold biting at my skin. I kept calling, over and over, until finally, on what felt like the 100th attempt, he answered. But it wasn't Jake. There was no hello, no voice I recognized. Just breathing, heavy and slow, like whoever was on the other end wanted me to know they were there. "Jake?" I whispered, my voice cracking. "Is that you?" The breathing stopped, replaced by a low chuckle, cold and inhuman. "You're too late," the voice rasped. It wasn't Jake. It wasn't anyone I knew. And then the line went dead. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. Too late. The words echoed in my mind, heavy with finality. I didn't want to believe it, but deep down, I knew it was true. Jake was gone. And I was next. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that danced and twisted like they were alive. I didn't want to stay in one place any longer, but I didn't know where to go. Everywhere felt dangerous. Every shadow felt like it was hiding something, waiting. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by a passing car. But it wasn't. It stood at the edge of the park, just beyond the pool of light from the street lamp. Tall, gaunt, with eyes like pits of darkness and that smile, the same smile from the house, the same smile I had seen on Sarah. It didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare back, my body frozen in place, locked in some terrible trance. The air around me felt thick, heavy, as if the night itself was pressing down, suffocating me. And then it took a step forward. It didn't walk. It glided, smooth and unnatural, closing the distance between us with terrifying ease. My legs wouldn't move, my body betraying me. I wanted to run, to scream, but all I could do was sit there, paralyzed by fear. The thing stopped just outside the light, its face half hidden in shadow. "You shouldn't have left," it whispered, its voice soft and mocking. "You're ours now." Something snapped inside me then. I don't know if it was fear or desperation, but I found my legs again, stumbling to my feet, my breath ragged and shallow. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I ran, the cold air slicing at my lungs, my footsteps echoing on the empty streets. The thing didn't follow. At least, not that I could see. But its laughter echoed in my ears, haunting and cruel, following me wherever I went. I kept running until I couldn't anymore, collapsing on the pavement, my chest heaving. I was alone. Or at least, I hoped I was. But the whispers, they were still there. Faint, just at the edge of hearing, like they were waiting for me to stop moving, waiting for me to give up. But I wouldn't. Not yet. I pulled myself up, forcing my legs to move, one step at a time. I didn't know where I was going, but it didn't matter. I just needed to stay ahead, to keep moving. Because if I stopped, they would find me. They always found you. I didn't know how long I walked. The streets were empty, silent except for the sound of my footsteps echoing against the cold pavement. Every shadow felt too dark, every gust of wind carried the faintest trace of laughter, and I was too afraid to stop, too afraid to breathe. When I finally came to a halt, I found myself standing in front of Jake's house. It was dark. Too dark. The windows were black, the porch light off. It looked wrong, like it was already abandoned, hollowed out, and forgotten. But I knew it wasn't. Jake was in there, or what was left of him. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the front door, half expecting it to swing open on its own, to hear that voice again. But nothing happened. The house just sat there, silent, waiting. I didn't want to go inside. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run as far away as I could. But I couldn't leave him. Not like this. My hands shook as I reached for the door handle. It was cold, too cold, like it had been left out in the frost for days. I turned it slowly, the door creaking open with a sound that made my skin crawl. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of mildew and something else, something metallic, like blood. "Jake." My voice barely rose above a whisper, the word trembling as it left my lips. Silence. I stepped inside, the door swinging shut behind me with a soft click. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, and I had to force myself to keep moving, my feet heavy and reluctant. The floorboards creaked under my weight, each step echoing like a gunshot in the stillness. "Jake." I tried again, my voice louder this time. "It's me. Are you here?" Nothing. The living room was empty, the furniture undisturbed, but the air felt wrong. Like something was watching. Waiting. I moved through the house slowly, my breath hitching with every creak, every shadow. The kitchen was empty, the dining room too, but the feeling only grew worse, crawling over my skin like icy fingers. I didn't want to go upstairs, but I knew I had to. The staircase loomed ahead of me, the darkness at the top thick and impenetrable. I took the first step, then the second, each one heavier than the last. The air grew colder with every inch I climbed, my breath coming in shallow gasps. When I reached the top, the hallway stretched out before me, dark and endless. Jake's room was at the end, the door slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness leaking out like smoke. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move, each step agonizingly slow. I reached the door, my hand hovering just above the handle. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to see what was inside. But I had no choice. I pushed it open. The room was empty. Jake's bed was unmade, the blankets twisted and tangled, but there was no sign of him. The window was open, the curtains fluttering in the cold breeze, and for a moment, I thought maybe he had escaped, maybe he had run. But then I saw it. On the floor, just beneath the window, was his phone. The screen was cracked, smeared with something dark and sticky. Blood. I picked it up with trembling hands, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The screen lit up, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. There was one message, sent just minutes ago. "It's behind you." I didn't have time to think. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, and there it was. It stood in the doorway, its face twisted into that same horrific grin, eyes empty and black, mouth too wide, too full of jagged teeth. "You can't run," it whispered, the voice like nails on glass. He couldn't. Neither can you. I stumbled back, my legs giving out, and I hit the floor hard, the phone skidding out of my grasp. The thing moved closer, gliding across the floor with a grace that was all wrong, too smooth, too unnatural. It crouched down, its face inches from mine, and I could feel its breath, cold and rancid. "It's almost over," it said, its voice soft, almost gentle. "You'll be with them soon." Tears burned in my eyes as I struggled to move, to fight, but my body refused to obey. The darkness closed in, the thing's grin widening until it was all I could see. And then, just as I thought it was over, there was a sound. A low, rumbling growl, vibrating through the floor, through my bones. The thing froze, its grin faltering, its eyes narrowing. It turned its head slowly, as if hearing something I couldn't. And for the first time, it looked afraid. Without a word, it vanished, melting into the shadows, leaving me alone in the cold, empty room. The growl faded, and the silence returned, heavier than before. Jake was gone. Sarah was gone. And I was still alive. But for how long? I don't remember leaving Jake's house. One moment I was on the floor, staring at the empty doorway where that thing had stood, and the next I was outside, the night air biting at my skin. My hands were shaking, my legs unsteady, but I kept moving. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting broken pools of light that felt useless against the darkness pressing in from all sides. It hadn't killed me. But it wasn't gone. I could feel it, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. It wasn't finished with me. Not yet. I needed help. I needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy, that this was real. But Sarah was gone. Jake was gone. There was no one left. Except her. I hadn't spoken to Mrs. Holloway in years. Not since her daughter vanished. People in town whispered that she'd gone mad after that, spending her days locked in her house, muttering about things no one else could see. But now, as the memory of her warning surfaced, I knew she wasn't crazy. She had seen it too. And she might be the only one who could help me. Her house was on the edge of town, at the end of a narrow, overgrown road that felt forgotten by time. The windows were dark, the shutters hanging loose, and the whole place sagged under the weight of years and grief. But I didn't hesitate. I couldn't. I pounded on the door, each knock echoing into the night like a desperate plea. "Mrs. Holloway!" I shouted, my voice trembling. "It's me. Please, I need to talk to you." For a long time, there was nothing. Just the wind, the rustling of dead leaves. Then, slowly, the door creaked open, just enough for me to see her pale, lined face peering out from the darkness. Her eyes widened when she saw me, filled with something between fear and pity. "You've seen it," she whispered, her voice hoarse. I nodded, tears stinging my eyes. "Please, I don't know what to do." She stared at me for a moment longer, then stepped aside, motioning for me to come in. The inside of her house smelled of dust and old wood, the air heavy and still. She led me to a small room cluttered with books and candles, the flickering flames casting strange shadows on the walls. "You're marked now," she said, settling into an old, worn chair. "Once it finds you, it doesn't let go." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "What is it?" She shook her head, her hands trembling in her lap. "It doesn't have a name. It's older than that. It feeds on fear, on the cracks in our minds. It takes what we love and leaves us hollow." I thought of Jake, of Sarah, of the thing wearing their faces. How do I stop it? Her eyes met mine, and I saw the weight of years in them, the resignation. "You can't," she said softly. "Not alone." The room felt colder, the shadows pressing in closer. "Then what do I do?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. She reached into a drawer, pulling out a small, worn book, the leather cover cracked with age. "There's only one way," she said, placing it in my hands. "You have to face it. Bring it into the light." I stared at the book, the pages filled with symbols and words I couldn't understand. "I don't know how." Her grip on my hand tightened, her eyes fierce. "You'll learn. Or it will take you." I left her house with the book clutched tightly to my chest, her final words echoing in my mind. I didn't understand what she meant, not entirely. But I knew one thing. If I didn't figure it out soon, I'd end up like Jake. Like Sarah. Gone. The road back into town was empty and endless, every step echoing in the silence like a warning. I kept my head down, the book heavy in my arms, my thoughts spinning in a chaotic blur. Mrs. Holloway's words wouldn't leave me. "You'll learn. Or it will take you." But how could I fight something I didn't understand? Something that didn't belong in this world, that could wear the faces of people I loved, twist them into something monstrous. I felt like a child holding a shield made of paper against a storm. The book was old, the leather cracked and flaking, and it smelled faintly of smoke and time. I hadn't dared open it yet. Part of me was afraid of what I might find inside. But I knew I couldn't wait much longer. Every second felt borrowed, every shadow heavier than the last. I found myself back at the park where it had all started. The swing set stood still in the moonlight, unmoving, but the memories of that night lingered, like ghosts haunting the edges of my mind. I sat down on the same bench where I had waited before, the book resting in my lap, the cool metal biting through my jeans. With a shaky breath, I opened it. The pages were brittle, yellowed with age, filled with writing that wasn't entirely human. The ink was dark, almost black, but it shimmered in the light as if it were alive. Symbols lined the margins, sharp, jagged things that twisted into themselves, like they were trying to pull the eye deeper into the page. At first, the words made no sense. They twisted in my mind, slippery and strange, but as I stared at them, they started to shift, to align into something I could almost understand. It feeds on fear. It binds itself to those who see it. To those who listen. My breath caught in my throat, the words searing themselves into my mind. To break its hold, you must bring it into the light. You must strip it of its masks, expose it for what it truly is. But beware, once unmasked, it will not stop. Not until one of you is destroyed. I closed the book with trembling hands, the weight of the truth settling over me like a shroud. I had to confront it. Not run. Not hide. But face it, drag it into the light, and somehow survive. The air felt colder, sharper, as if the night itself had been waiting for me to understand. And then I heard it. A soft, familiar voice, carried on the wind. Help me. I froze. It was Jake's voice. Help me, please. I stood slowly, my pulse thundering in my ears, every nerve screaming at me to run, to get away. But I couldn't. Not anymore. I followed the voice, each step heavier than the last, the darkness pressing in tighter. The voice led me to the edge of the park, where the trees grew thick and twisted. The shadows were deeper there, the light from the street lamps unable to reach. My heart pounded as I stepped into the darkness, the air cold and damp against my skin. Jake. I whispered, my voice shaking. The voice didn't answer. Instead, the shadows shifted, pulling apart like a curtain, revealing something that shouldn't be there. Jake was standing in the clearing, his back to me, his shoulders hunched. His clothes were torn, stained with something dark, and he wasn't moving. I took a step closer, my breath hitching. Jake. He turned slowly, too slowly, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't Jake. His face was pale, the skin stretched too tight over his bones, and his eyes were empty sockets, black and hollow. But the worst part was his mouth, too wide, filled with jagged teeth, pulled into that same terrible grin. You're too late, it said, in Jake's voice. I stumbled back, the book slipping from my hands, my legs weak beneath me. It took a step forward, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet on broken strings. You can't save him, it whispered, its grin widening. You can't save any of them. I reached for the book, my fingers fumbling over the leather cover, but the thing moved faster than I thought possible. In an instant, it was in front of me, its face inches from mine, cold breath washing over my skin. I see you now, it hissed, its voice like shattered glass. And you see me. I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching the book to my chest. You're not real, I whispered, my voice shaking. You're not real. It laughed, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, I'm very real. I felt the cold press of its hand on my shoulder, the sharp edges of its fingers biting into my skin. Look at me, it whispered, its voice soft and terrible. Look at what you've done. I couldn't help it. My eyes snapped open. And in that moment, I saw it, not just the face it wore, but the thing beneath. A twisting, writhing mass of shadows and teeth, endless and ancient, a hunger that could never be filled. It wasn't Jake. It had never been Jake. It was something far worse. And now, it was coming for me. I couldn't breathe. The thing in front of me was worse than anything I had imagined, worse than the nightmare versions of Jake or Sarah. Its true form was a grotesque mockery of humanity, writhing shadows fused with jagged teeth and limbs that bent the wrong way. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine, endless pits of darkness that seemed to drag me into their void. You brought this on yourself, it whispered, its voice a sick, echoing chorus of Jake's, Sarah's, and something older, something inhuman. I stumbled back, my feet slipping on the damp ground, the book clutched to my chest like a lifeline. The symbols inside it burned in my mind, their meaning incomplete, fragmented. To break its hold, bring it into the light. But there was no light here, only the cold suffocating dark. It took another step toward me, its grin widening impossibly, teeth glistening with some dark, wet substance. There's no running, it hissed. No hiding. You're mine now. But I wasn't running. Not anymore. The book, there had to be something more. My hands trembled as I flipped it open again, the pages whispering against each other like dry leaves in the wind. I frantically searched for anything, any clue, any hope. My eyes fell on a passage near the middle, scrawled in spidery handwriting, barely legible. The light is within. It must be brought forth, but not without cost. To confront the darkness, you must face your deepest fear. I looked up, heart pounding, as the thing took another step closer. Its twisted limbs snapped and contorted with every movement, dragging itself toward me, slow and deliberate. Face my deepest fear. It wasn't the monster in front of me. It wasn't the darkness. It was the truth. I had always blamed myself for Sarah. For Jake. For the choices that led us here. The guilt had gnawed at me, hollowed me out, made me weak. It fed on that, I realized. On the fear I had buried so deep I hadn't even realized it was there. I stood slowly, my legs trembling but steady, clutching the book in one hand. "You're not Jake," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "You're not Sarah. And you don't control me." The thing stopped, its grin faltering for the first time, its head tilting unnaturally to one side. "You think words will save you," it hissed. "You think you're stronger now." "No," I said, my voice trembling, "but I'm not afraid anymore." The thing lunged at me, moving faster than I could react, and I braced myself for the impact, for the teeth, the claws, but it stopped, inches from my face, frozen mid-strike. Its form shimmered, the shadows flickering like a flame caught in the wind. I opened the book again, the words burning brighter now, and began to speak them aloud, not understanding but knowing. "In the light, there is truth. In truth, there is no fear." The shadows around the creature rippled, peeling away like smoke caught in a gust of wind. It writhed, screeching in pain, the sound piercing, inhuman. "Stop," it howled. "You'll destroy us both." The wind picked up, howling through the clearing, tearing at the pages of the book, at my clothes, at the creature's form. But I didn't stop. In the light, the darkness falters. In truth, I stand unbroken. The creature convulsed, its shape unraveling, pieces of it tearing away and dissolving into the night. Its voice fractured into a chorus of screams, but beneath it, I heard something else, a pleading, desperate voice. "Please," it whimpered, and for a horrifying second, it sounded like Sarah. "Don't leave me." My hands trembled, my breath catching. "You're not her," I said, tears stinging my eyes. "You're not Jake. And you never were." With one final, deafening shriek, the thing shattered into nothing, the darkness collapsing in on itself. The clearing was silent. The air still. I stood there, breathless, the book clutched to my chest, its pages now blank, as if it had given up everything it had. It was over. Or so I thought. But as I turned to leave, the wind whispered through the trees again, soft and chilling, carrying with it the faintest echo of laughter. And I knew, deep down, it was never really gone. The walk home was a blur, my legs moving on autopilot, the heavy silence pressing in on me from all sides. Every step felt like it should be the last, like I was crossing a finish line. But the weight in my chest said otherwise. The wind still whispered in my ears, faint and cold, a reminder that the thing I had faced wasn't as far gone as I wanted to believe. Mrs. Holloway had warned me. "You'll learn, or it will take you." I learned something tonight. But it didn't feel like victory. It felt like a pause, like I'd bought time, not freedom. When I reached my front door, the house loomed in the dark, unfamiliar in its silence. No lights, no warmth, just a hollow frame that felt as empty as the streets I had just left. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, half expecting something, anything, to be waiting for me on the other side. But it was just my house. Quiet. Too quiet. I stepped inside, the floor creaking under my feet. Every sound felt amplified, the settling of the wood, the faint hum of the fridge, the ticking of the clock in the hallway. I didn't dare turn on the lights. Something about the dark felt safer now, like it was watching with me instead of waiting to strike. I locked the door behind me, the deadbolt sliding into place with a heavy click. My breathing slowed, but the sense of unease didn't leave. It clung to me like a second skin. I walked to the kitchen, placing the book on the table, its leather cover now dull, lifeless. The words that had once burned into my mind were gone, the pages blank as if they'd never held any secrets at all. Was it really over? A part of me wanted to believe it, wanted to collapse into bed and pretend none of this had happened. But the way the air felt heavier, colder, it told me otherwise. I wasn't alone. I heard it then. Soft. Faint. The sound of something moving upstairs. My heart lurched. The breath caught in my throat. No. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out, to leave the house and never come back. But I couldn't. Not this time. Grabbing the book, I moved slowly toward the staircase, each step creaking beneath my weight, the sound impossibly loud in the stillness. The sound above me continued, soft footsteps pacing back and forth, slow and deliberate. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out before me, long and dark. My bedroom door was open, just a sliver, and the light from the street outside cast a pale, thin line across the floor. Hello. My voice was barely a whisper, trembling. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Just the sound of my own heartbeat, deafening in my ears. Then, the door creaked open wider. I froze. There was something standing in the doorway, just out of the light. Tall, thin, its outline barely visible in the shadows. Who are you? I whispered, my throat tight, the words barely escaping. It didn't answer. It just stood there, unmoving, watching. I took a step forward, the floor groaning underfoot. The figure didn't move. I could feel its gaze, heavy and cold, pressing into me like icy fingers wrapping around my neck. I'm not afraid of you, I said, my voice shaking. Not anymore. The figure laughed. Low, soft, familiar. Jake's laugh. No, it said, the voice smooth, taunting. But you will be. I raised the book, my hands trembling, searching for something, anything that might protect me. But the pages were still blank. It stepped forward, and the light from the window caught its face, if it could even be called that. It wasn't Jake. It wasn't Sarah. It wasn't anything I could comprehend. Its features shifted, warped, constantly changing, like it was made of smoke and mirrors, a reflection of everything I feared most. It grinned, wide and sharp, and took another step toward me. You can't run from this, it said, its voice a chorus of all the ones I had lost. You can't run from yourself. The book in my hands felt useless, the weight of it meaningless. But I didn't back down. Not this time. I don't need to run, I whispered. And then, with every ounce of strength I had left, I threw the book at it. The figure didn't flinch. The book hit the floor with a dull thud, the pages fluttering open, and for the first time, they weren't blank. The words glowed faintly, symbols burning into the air, twisting and writhing like living things. The figure recoiled, hissing, its form flickering like a dying flame. I didn't hesitate. I spoke the words aloud, each one feeling like fire on my tongue. You have no power here. You are nothing. And I am not afraid. The figure screamed, its voice 1,000 voices in agony, the air around it trembling with the force of its rage. It dissolved, piece by piece, fading into the shadows, until there was nothing left but silence. And for the first time in a long time, the house felt empty. Truly empty. I sank to the floor, exhausted, the weight of everything crashing down on me. It was gone. But somewhere, deep in the quiet, I still heard the faintest echo of laughter. And I knew, this wasn't the end. I woke the next morning, the sunlight streaming through the curtains in a soft, golden haze. For a moment, everything felt normal, like the horrors of the night had been nothing but a bad dream, a fleeting shadow that had already vanished with the dawn. But the silence was wrong. Too still. I sat up in bed, the covers tangled around my legs, and looked around. The house seemed untouched, but the air, heavy, thick with something unspoken, told me otherwise. The events of the night before were still fresh, etched into my mind with an intensity that didn't seem possible for something that was supposed to be over. I stood, feeling the cool floor beneath my feet, my legs unsteady, but I had to keep moving. I had to make sure it was really over. I walked to the kitchen, half expecting to find the book still lying on the table, but it wasn't there. It was gone. The same sense of dread I had felt last night returned, curling around my insides like a cold, dark hand. Where is it? I muttered, looking around the room, scanning every corner, every surface. The book had been my only connection to understanding, my only hope of stopping whatever this thing was. And now it was gone. I ran through the house, searching, calling out to the empty rooms like an echo of my panic. I checked the living room, the bathroom, even the attic, nothing. And then, it hit me. It wasn't gone. It had never left. The feeling of being watched, the faint sensation that I was never truly alone, gnawed at my insides. I turned, my eyes falling on the reflection in the hallway mirror. It wasn't just my face staring back at me. There was something else there. Something I couldn't place, but I knew, it knew. I blinked and looked away, trying to steady my breath. But it wasn't the reflection that scared me. It was what I realized, the book had been here all along. It had been with me, somehow, even when I didn't know it. And it wasn't just an ordinary book. It was part of this, part of the thing that haunted me, that had been using my own fear against me. I stepped closer to the mirror, heart hammering in my chest. The image of my reflection distorted again, but this time, it wasn't just a shadow. It was the same figure I had seen last night. Its features were twisted, barely recognizable, but it was there, right behind me, its black eyes staring into mine with that same cold, hollow hunger. I stumbled back, falling into the hallway, my breath catching in my throat. The figure in the mirror grinned at me, its face stretching unnaturally wide. "You think you're free?" it whispered, its voice low, mocking. "You think you won?" But I didn't wait. I turned and ran, faster than I thought possible, my footsteps pounding against the floor, my mind racing with the terrifying truth, I hadn't won. Not really. I had only bought myself time. And time was running out. I slammed the front door behind me, my hands shaking as I locked it once more, the weight of everything finally sinking in. The thing I had faced, the thing I had destroyed, it wasn't gone. It was just, waiting. But what if it was never meant to be defeated? What if I was only a part of something much bigger than I could understand? The town looked the same as it had before. The sun shone on the streets, the leaves rustling softly in the wind, but I knew better now. Nothing was ever as it seemed. It never had been. I had to go back. I had to find out what was truly happening. What it wanted. But even as I walked down the street, the feeling of being watched never left. I could feel it, lurking just beyond the edges of my vision, hiding in the shadows, waiting for me to make the next move. And then, I saw it. The book was on the ground, in the middle of the street, the pages flipping slowly in the wind. My heart skipped a beat. It was calling to me. I couldn't resist. I walked forward, my feet carrying me toward it, though every part of me screamed to stop. But I had no choice. I picked it up. The moment my fingers brushed the leather cover, a sharp, cold wave of fear washed over me, sharper than anything I had felt before. The pages inside were no longer blank. They were filled with words, new words. And they weren't just words. They were instructions. To truly defeat it, you must face what you fear most. You must sacrifice what you hold dear. I froze, the words pulsing with a strange power, almost like they were alive. The book's pages turned by themselves, each word seeping into my mind, infecting my thoughts. I had to sacrifice something. Someone. And that was when I understood. The thing that had haunted me, it wasn't just feeding on my fear. It was feeding on my connections. On the people I loved. On the memories of everything I held dear. And the more I fought, the stronger it became. I clenched the book in my hands, my body trembling. There was no escaping this. It had already chosen me. Chosen everything about me. And now, I was part of it. And just as I thought it was over, just as I thought I had finally lost, I heard it again. The whisper. Help me. But this time, it wasn't Jake. This time, it was Sarah. It was as if the universe had shifted. I could feel it in my bones, deep in my core, everything had changed. Sarah's whisper echoed in my mind, pulling at something buried deep within me. I had thought I understood what was going on. I had believed I was finally free. But that voice, the voice of someone I loved, broke the fragile calm I had clung to. Help me, Sarah's voice whispered again, the words slipping through the cracks of my mind, chilling me to my very soul. I gripped the book tighter, almost as if it was the only thing anchoring me to the reality I knew. But the moment I touched it, the pages seemed to burn against my skin, the ink swirling like smoke, rearranging, shifting into new words. To call the ones you love, to bring them to safety, you must surrender your own heart. I recoiled, my pulse pounding in my ears. What was this? It wasn't just a warning, it was a command. A cold, cruel choice, just as sinister as the thing that had tormented me all this time. The air around me grew heavy, suffocating, and I could feel it in every inch of my skin. The dark force was near again, drawing closer, feeding on my uncertainty, my fear. And now, with Sarah's voice in my mind, I felt like I was being pulled in two directions, one, a desperate need to save her, and the other, an overwhelming dread that no matter what I did, I couldn't save anyone. I stumbled backward, the cold pavement scraping against my skin. My breath came in short, jagged bursts, and for a moment, I thought I might fall to my knees and give in to the darkness. But something inside me snapped. I couldn't just let it win. I couldn't let the book, or the thing that haunted me, claim Sarah. Not after everything we had already been through. I looked at the book one more time, the ink on the pages still twisting, still moving, as if alive. What do you want from me? I whispered, barely able to breathe through the knot in my throat. But the book didn't answer. Instead, the ground beneath my feet seemed to shake. A low rumble reverberated through the air, and I felt the oppressive weight of the darkness closing in once again. The wind picked up, howling around me, and I could feel it, it was coming. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but I ran, driven by an instinct to escape, to find something that could save me. I couldn't let it claim me, not without a fight. The streets blurred around me, the houses and buildings disappearing as I fled into the forest. The trees were dense, their branches clawing at the sky like dark fingers reaching for me. But the moment I entered the woods, I felt the change. The air became thick, heavier with each step. The path I had once known, familiar, safe, was gone, replaced by an endless stretch of darkness. And in that darkness, something moved. I froze. A shape, tall and distorted, emerged from between the trees, its silhouette impossibly stretched, too long, too thin. It moved like liquid shadow, and I could feel its presence, its power, seeping into me, wrapping around my thoughts like a vine, squeezing the air from my lungs. It wasn't just the book anymore. It was the very essence of fear, of regret, of everything I had ever lost. I took a step back, my heart racing. What do you want from me? I shouted, but the words were swallowed by the vast, empty woods. The figure didn't speak, it didn't need to. I knew what it was. It was the thing that had haunted me from the start, the thing that had used Sarah, used Jake, to get to me. To make me face my deepest fears. It smiled, and in that smile, I saw something I wasn't ready for. It wasn't just the twisted version of Jake or Sarah anymore. No, it had become something else. Something far worse. It had become a reflection of me. And in that reflection, I saw the truth. I wasn't the hero. I wasn't the one who had been fighting to survive. I was the one who had unknowingly called it into existence. I had been the one feeding it all along, feeding it with my guilt, my grief, my fears. And now, it was feeding on me. On the very part of me that I'd tried to bury. You did this, it whispered, the voice dripping with cold satisfaction. You called me into being. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to scream, to deny it. But I couldn't. The weight of it was too real, too heavy. I had been running from myself. I didn't mean to, I whispered, my voice cracking under the strain. You did, it said again, its voice now rising, growing louder. And now, you must face the consequences. The cost of your fear. I stumbled backward, every inch of my body screaming to get away. But there was nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Then, the book I had left behind, appeared in front of me, pages fluttering as if caught by some unseen wind. I reached for it without thinking, my hands trembling as they brushed against the familiar leather cover. And when I opened the pages, the words stared back at me, no longer full of cryptic instructions but written in my own hand. The sacrifice is made. And now, there is no escape. I gasped, the realization hitting me like a thunderclap. The book hadn't just written itself, it had written my fate. And there was only one thing left to do. Only one thing I could do. I closed my eyes and whispered the final words from the book. I face you now. I stand against you. The forest shuddered as if it were alive, the trees groaning, the earth beneath me trembling. The figure before me shifted, contorting, and for a brief moment, I thought it might disappear. But it didn't. It came closer, its face twisting into something horrific and familiar. You can't face me, it snarled. You can never be free of me. But I stood tall, my voice steady, even as the terror clawed at my chest. I'm done running, I said. And that was when I felt it. The ground cracked open beneath my feet, and the world around me blurred into pure light. But it wasn't the kind of light that illuminated. It was the kind of light that burned. And as everything faded, as the darkness dissolved, I realized something. It had never been about defeating it. It had always been about facing it. And in facing it, I could finally set myself free. But not without paying the price. Story 3. The knock came at midnight, sharp and deliberate. Aaron froze, his hand halfway to the light switch. It was too late for visitors, and the street outside his house was usually silent at this hour. The knock came again, harder this time, reverberating through the small house. For a moment, he considered ignoring it. Maybe it was just a prank. But something about the sound, it wasn't hurried or playful. It was precise, calculated, like whoever was on the other side knew exactly how to unsettle him. He stepped cautiously toward the door, his bare feet brushing against the cold wooden floor. The porch light was off, and the hallway leading to the front door seemed darker than usual. As he got closer, a strange feeling crept over him, a mix of curiosity and dread. He reached for the peephole, holding his breath as he pressed his eye against it. But there was no one there. The porch was empty, save for the faint flicker of a streetlight in the distance. His heart began to steady, his mind rationalizing it as the wind or some kid's idea of a joke. But as he turned to walk away, the knock came again, this time softer, almost like a whisper against the door. Aaron's stomach tightened. He swung back to the peephole, faster now, his pulse racing. Again, nothing. The street was still empty, the night quiet except for the faint hum of crickets. He tried to shake it off, blaming his nerves or lack of sleep. But the feeling wouldn't leave, a gnawing sense that he wasn't alone. He checked the locks, securing the deadbolt and the chain, before retreating to the living room. The glow of the television was comforting, but he couldn't bring himself to focus on it. His ears stayed alert, straining for any sound. And then he heard it again, not a knock this time, but the faintest tap, like fingernails brushing against glass. It was coming from the living room window. Aaron's breath caught in his throat. The curtains were drawn, but he didn't dare open them. Instead, he stood frozen, staring at the fabric as the tapping continued, slow and deliberate, each sound measured like a metronome. His phone was on the coffee table. He grabbed it, his hands shaking as he dialed. He didn't even know who he was calling. 911. A friend? The police wouldn't believe him, and he didn't have anyone close enough to rush over at this hour. The thought of explaining what was happening seemed absurd, even to him. The tapping stopped. He waited, the phone still in his hand, his thumb hovering over the call button. Minutes passed, but nothing happened. The silence was almost worse. He set the phone down, trying to convince himself it was over. And then the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the room, the hum of the refrigerator and the flicker of the TV vanishing in an instant. Aaron's heartbeat pounded in his ears as he fumbled for his phone, using its screen to light his way. He crept to the circuit breaker in the hallway, his feet barely making a sound. When he opened the panel, everything seemed normal. No tripped switches, no sign of an issue. Yet the house remained dark. Then he heard it, a soft creak, the unmistakable sound of a floorboard shifting under weight. It came from the hallway, just a few feet away from where he stood. Aaron. The voice was a whisper, so faint he almost convinced himself he'd imagined it. But the way his name hung in the air, drawn out and familiar, made his skin crawl. He turned, holding his phone like a weapon, its dim light barely piercing the darkness. There was no one there. But then he saw it, just a flicker at first, like movement at the edge of his vision. He turned the light toward it, his breath hitching as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. At the far end of the hallway, the shadows seemed to shift, coalescing into something almost human. Aaron stumbled back, his phone slipping from his hands and clattering to the floor. The light from the screen spun, casting eerie shapes on the walls as the shadow moved closer, its form becoming more distinct. Aaron, it whispered again, and this time there was no mistaking it. It was his mother's voice. But that was impossible. She had been dead for 5 years. His legs gave out, and he fell back against the wall, his mind racing. The figure stopped just a few feet away, its face still obscured by the darkness. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body refused to move. The shadow leaned closer, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw her face. But it wasn't her, not really. Her features were distorted, twisted into something wrong. "You left me," it said, its voice low and trembling. Aaron's throat tightened. He tried to speak, to say anything, but the words wouldn't come. The figure reached out, its hand brushing against his cheek. It was cold, like ice, and the touch sent a jolt through his entire body. "You let me die," it whispered, and before he could react, the lights flickered back on. The hallway was empty. Aaron sat there for what felt like hours, his back pressed against the wall, his breathing shallow. He tried to convince himself it was a nightmare, a trick of his exhausted mind. But deep down, he knew better. The knocks didn't stop after that night. They came every evening, always at the same time, always followed by the same tapping on the windows. No matter how many locks he added, no matter how much he tried to ignore it, the knocking grew louder, more insistent. And every time he opened the door, there was no one there. But the whispers, they started to spread. It wasn't just his name anymore. They spoke of things he'd never told anyone, secrets he'd buried deep. One night, as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, he realized the truth. Whatever was haunting him wasn't just outside his house. It was inside, waiting. waiting for him to remember what he had done. The nights stretched on, each one heavier than the last. Aaron hadn't slept in days. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the shadowy figure, heard the whispers of his mother's distorted voice. He tried leaving all the lights on, blasting music to drown out the sounds, even leaving the TV on static just to fill the silence. But nothing worked. The knocking continued. The tapping on the windows grew louder, closer. It wasn't long before Aaron began to feel like a prisoner in his own home. One night, as the clock struck midnight, the knocks came again, 3 sharp raps against the front door. He didn't move this time. He sat frozen on the couch, his hands gripping the sides of the cushion, staring at the door as if willing it to hold back whatever was on the other side. The knocks turned to pounding, loud and urgent, like whoever, or whatever, was out there couldn't wait any longer. Aaron, the voice came, louder this time. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was clear, forceful, and unmistakably hers. He clamped his hands over his ears, squeezing his eyes shut, but it didn't help. The voice was inside his head now, echoing in every corner of his mind. Aaron. Open the door. No, he shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the pounding stopped. Silence. Aaron's chest heaved as he tried to catch his breath. He stayed on the couch for what felt like hours, his muscles tense, waiting for the next sound. But nothing came. Maybe it's over, he thought. But then the smell hit him. It was faint at first, like the scent of something burning, but it grew stronger with each passing second. It was acrid, suffocating, filling the entire house. Aaron stood, his head spinning, his throat burning as he coughed. He stumbled toward the kitchen, thinking maybe something had caught fire, but everything was untouched. The stove was off. The windows were closed. He turned back toward the living room and froze. The walls were covered in blackened handprints. Dozens of them, smeared across the pale wallpaper, trailing toward the hallway. Each one was slightly different, as though made by different hands, some large, others impossibly small. He didn't want to follow them, but his feet moved on their own. He walked down the hallway, the air growing colder with every step. The handprints led to his bedroom door, where they stopped abruptly. The door was slightly ajar, and from the other side came the faint sound of breathing. Aaron hesitated, his hand trembling as he reached for the doorknob. He didn't want to open it, but he couldn't stop himself. He pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp outside the window. At first, he thought it was empty. But then he saw it. A figure stood in a corner, its back to him. It was tall, unnaturally so, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. Its body was covered in black, like a shadow made solid, and it didn't move, didn't breathe. Aaron tried to back away, but the floorboard creaked under his foot. The figure turned. Its face, or what should have been its face, was a mass of shifting shadows, its features constantly changing, never settling on one form. But its eyes, those were clear. 2 pinpricks of light, burning like embers, staring directly at him. Aaron, it said, and though its voice was deep and guttural, he could still hear the echo of his mother's voice beneath it. "What do you want?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "You know," it replied. Aaron shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know. I don't know what you want." The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. With each step, the room grew darker, the shadows creeping up the walls until they swallowed the light completely. "You can't run from it," the figure said, its voice filling the room. "You can't hide from what you did." "I didn't do anything." Aaron screamed, his voice cracking. The figure stopped just inches from him. For a moment, there was silence. Then, it reached out, its hand brushing against his chest. Aaron felt a coldness unlike anything he'd ever known, a chill that seeped into his bones, freezing him in place. And then he remembered. It came flooding back all at once, the night of the fire, the smell of smoke, the sound of his mother's voice screaming his name as the flames consumed the house. He had gotten out. He had saved himself. But he hadn't gone back for her. Aaron fell to his knees, the weight of the memory crushing him. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I'm so sorry." The figure loomed over him, its burning eyes unblinking. "Sorry isn't enough." And then it was gone. The room was silent again, the darkness retreating, the light from the street lamp casting long shadows across the floor. But Aaron knew it wasn't over. The handprints were still there, and the knocking would come again. It always did. Because no matter how far he ran, no matter how hard he tried to forget, the past had a way of catching up with him. He just didn't know how much more of it he could take. The days blurred into nights, each one dragging Aaron deeper into a cycle of paranoia and guilt. The handprints on the walls remained, no matter how hard he scrubbed, and the knocking never stopped. It followed him everywhere, in his dreams, in the silences between his thoughts, even when he left the house. One evening, Aaron decided he'd had enough. He couldn't stay locked inside anymore. If he stayed, he was sure he'd lose his mind. Grabbing his coat, he stepped out into the cold air, leaving the oppressive silence of the house behind him. The street was empty, washed in the dim glow of flickering streetlights. Aaron shoved his hands deep into his pockets and walked, not sure where he was going but desperate to put distance between himself and the house. He found himself wandering into the heart of the small town, its usually bustling streets eerily quiet at this late hour. As he passed by the local diner, something in the reflection of the glass caught his eye. He stopped, staring into the window. At first, he thought it was a trick of the light, but there it was, his shadow, faint and distorted, lingering a split second longer than it should have. He turned quickly, his heart pounding, but the street behind him was empty. Still, the feeling of being watched was unmistakable. Aaron continued walking, faster now, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. He reached the edge of town, where the buildings gave way to the dense woods that surrounded it. Something about the darkness between the trees called to him. It wasn't inviting, it was foreboding, heavy with the promise of answers he wasn't sure he wanted. But he stepped into the woods anyway. The air grew colder as he moved deeper into the trees, the ground soft and uneven beneath his feet. The further he went, the quieter it became, until the only sound was his own breathing. He felt the weight of the shadows pressing down on him, their presence almost tangible. And then he saw it. At first, it looked like nothing more than a trick of the light, a faint glow just ahead. But as he moved closer, the glow took shape, resolving into the outline of a figure standing among the trees. It was her. The figure turned slowly, her face illuminated by the eerie light. It was his mother, just as he remembered her, but something was off. Her eyes were dark, empty, and her expression was blank, devoid of the warmth he'd once known. "Aaron," she said, her voice echoing through the stillness. He wanted to run, but his legs refused to move. He felt like a child again, paralyzed by fear, unable to look away. "Why did you leave me?" she asked, stepping closer. Her voice was calm, almost gentle, but the accusation in her words cut deep. "I didn't mean to," Aaron whispered, his throat dry. I was scared. I thought you were right behind me." Her expression didn't change, but the air around her seemed to grow colder. "You thought wrong." "I'm sorry," he said, his voice breaking. "I've been sorry every day since it happened. I didn't mean for any of it." "Sorry isn't enough," she interrupted, her voice rising. "You let me die, Aaron. You let me burn." He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "What do you want from me? I can't change what happened." For a moment, she didn't respond. Then she knelt in front of him, her cold, empty eyes locking onto his. "No, you can't. But you can make it right." "How?" he asked, desperation lacing his voice. She reached out, her hand brushing against his cheek. Her touch was icy, sending a shiver down his spine. "You'll know when the time comes." And then she was gone. Aaron sat there for what felt like hours, the weight of her words pressing down on him. When he finally stood, the forest around him seemed darker, more oppressive. The faint glow had vanished, leaving him alone in the suffocating silence. He stumbled back through the woods, his mind racing. What did she mean? How could he possibly make things right? When he reached the edge of the trees, he saw something that made his blood run cold. His house was burning. Flames licked at the walls, their orange glow illuminating the night. Smoke billowed into the sky, and the sound of crackling wood filled the air. Aaron ran toward the house, his heart pounding in his chest. "No," he screamed, his voice hoarse. But as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The fire wasn't consuming the house, it was just, there, burning without spreading. And then he saw them. Figures stood in the flames, their shapes shifting and indistinct. They were watching him, their hollow eyes glowing in the firelight. Aaron stopped, his feet rooted to the ground. He wanted to run, but he couldn't look away. One of the figures stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. As it emerged from the flames, its features became clearer. It was him. The figure stared at Aaron, its expression blank but its eyes full of something he couldn't quite place, anger, maybe, or sorrow. "You can't run from it," the figure said, its voice low and haunting. "What do you want?" Aaron asked, his voice trembling. The figure tilted its head, studying him. "You know what we want." And then the flames disappeared. Aaron stood there, staring at his house, which was now completely intact. The figures were gone, but their presence lingered, a heavy weight in the air. He didn't go inside that night. Instead, he sat on the curb, staring at the house until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. But even in the daylight, he knew the truth. It wasn't over. Aaron spent the next few days in a haze, his mind consumed by what he'd seen. The figures in the flames. The twisted version of himself. His mother's words echoing in his head, "You can make it right." He barely ate. He barely slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the fire, the shadows, the empty eyes staring back at him. The house felt different now, darker, heavier. The handprints on the walls seemed to grow, spreading like a sickness. He tried to tell himself it was all in his head, but deep down, he knew better. One night, unable to bear the silence any longer, he turned on the old radio in the living room. Static crackled through the speakers, and he twisted the dial, searching for a station, any station. Finally, he landed on a faint signal, a low voice speaking through the static. At first, it sounded like a news broadcast, the words broken and garbled. But as Aaron listened, the voice became clearer. It was saying his name. "Aaron. Aaron, are you listening?" His blood ran cold. He stared at the radio, his hand frozen on the dial. "You can't ignore it, Aaron. You can't hide from what's coming." The static grew louder, drowning out the voice. Panicking, Aaron twisted the dial again, but every station was the same, his name, over and over, whispered in 1,000 different voices. He ripped the cord from the wall, silencing the radio. But the whispers didn't stop. They were coming from the walls now. Aaron backed away, his heart pounding. The walls seemed to pulse, the handprints shifting, twisting, reaching for him. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, filling the room with a deafening cacophony. And then the knocking started again. This time, it wasn't coming from the front door. It was coming from the walls, the windows, the ceiling. The whole house seemed alive, groaning and shuddering under the weight of something unseen. "Aaron," the voices called, louder now. "Let us in." He bolted out the door, the cold night air hitting him like a slap. He didn't stop running until he was halfway down the street, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The town was silent, the streets empty. But as Aaron looked around, he realized he wasn't alone. Figures stood in the shadows, just out of reach of the streetlights. Dozens of them, their forms flickering like static on an old television screen. They didn't move, didn't speak. They just watched. Aaron stumbled back, his chest tightening with fear. He turned and ran, not caring where he was going as long as it was away. The figures didn't follow, but their presence lingered, a heavy weight pressing down on him. He found himself at the edge of the woods again, the darkness between the trees seeming to call to him. He hesitated, his mind screaming at him to turn back. But something inside him, something he couldn't explain, pushed him forward. The woods were silent, the air cold and still. As Aaron walked, he noticed something strange. The trees around him were covered in the same black handprints that had plagued his house. They climbed up the trunks, spreading across the bark like veins. And then he saw the clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a single tree, its bark blackened and charred as though it had been struck by lightning. The ground around it was bare, the grass burned away, leaving only ash. Aaron approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. There was something carved into the trunk of the tree, faint but unmistakable. It was his name. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the rough bark. The moment he touched it, the ground beneath him shifted, and the air grew heavy. A low rumble echoed through the clearing, and the shadows seemed to grow, swallowing the light. Aaron. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, deep and resonant, vibrating through the air. He turned, his breath catching in his throat. The figures were there again, surrounding the clearing, their forms barely visible in the darkness. "You can't escape," the voice said. "You've run for too long." Aaron fell to his knees, his mind racing. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice cracking. The ground beneath him trembled, and the shadows moved, coalescing into a single form. It was the figure from his bedroom, tall and imposing, its burning eyes fixed on him. "You know what we want," it said. "You've always known." Aaron shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I don't understand." The figure reached out, its hand hovering just above his chest. "You can make it right," it said, its voice low and menacing. "But only if you're willing to face the truth." "What truth?" Aaron whispered, his voice barely audible. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it pressed its hand against his chest, and Aaron felt a searing pain, like his heart was being ripped from his body. Images flashed through his mind, his mother's face, the fire, the moment he ran instead of turning back. But there was more. He saw the shadows following him, not just in his house but everywhere he went. He saw the faces of the people he'd hurt, the lives he'd ruined in his desperation to escape his guilt. And then he saw himself. Not as he was, but as he could have been, a man who faced his fears, who stood up to the darkness instead of running from it. The pain stopped, and Aaron collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The figure loomed over him, its burning eyes unblinking. "You know what you must do," it said. And then the clearing was empty. Aaron sat there, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. He didn't know how, but he knew the figure was right. He had to make it right. Aaron staggered out of the woods, his legs trembling beneath him. The night had deepened, the air colder and heavier, as though the world itself knew what was coming. Every step felt weighted, as if unseen hands were pulling him back toward the clearing, toward the blackened tree with his name carved into its bark. But he pressed on, his mind racing. The figure's words repeated endlessly in his head, "You know what you must do." The problem was, he didn't. Back at the house, he hesitated on the porch. His hand hovered over the doorknob, the memory of the knocking and whispers fresh in his mind. He knew the house wasn't just a house anymore, it was something else, something alive, and it had been waiting for him. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The silence was immediate, oppressive. The house seemed to hold its breath, the walls almost vibrating with a tension he couldn't see but could feel deep in his chest. "Aaron," the voice called, faint and echoing, coming from somewhere upstairs. He froze, his heart pounding. The sound wasn't aggressive this time, it was softer, almost coaxing. Against his better judgment, he climbed the stairs, each step creaking under his weight. At the top of the stairs, he stopped. The door to his childhood bedroom was open, a faint light spilling out into the hallway. He approached slowly, his breath shallow. Inside, the room was exactly as he remembered it, the small bed with its worn quilt, the bookshelf filled with old, dog-eared paperbacks, the toy chest in the corner. It was all untouched, frozen in time, as though waiting for him to return. And sitting on the bed was his mother. She looked up as he entered, her expression soft but unreadable. "Aaron," she said, her voice filled with an unsettling mix of warmth and sadness. He didn't speak, couldn't speak. "You've carried this for so long," she continued, her eyes locked on his. "It's time to let it go." He shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I can't. I don't know how." She stood, moving toward him with a grace that wasn't entirely human. "You do," she said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You just have to face it." The room seemed to shift around them, the walls bending and warping. Suddenly, Aaron wasn't standing in his childhood bedroom anymore. He was back in the house where it all began. The fire raged around him, the heat searing his skin. Smoke filled the air, thick and choking, making it hard to breathe. He could hear his mother's voice, calling his name from somewhere deeper in the house. "Aaron! Help me!" He remembered this moment vividly, the way fear had rooted him to the spot, the way his legs had refused to move. He remembered turning and running, the guilt chasing him ever since. But this time was different. This time, he didn't run. He forced his legs to move, pushing through the smoke and flames. The heat was unbearable, the fire roaring like a living thing, but he kept going. He had to find her. He reached the kitchen, the place where he knew she'd been trapped. The flames were higher here, licking at the walls and ceiling, but in the center of it all was his mother, her figure barely visible through the smoke. "Aaron," she called, her voice weak. "I'm here," he shouted, coughing as the smoke filled his lungs. He reached for her, his hand closing around hers. But as he pulled her from the flames, her face changed. It wasn't his mother anymore. It was the shadowy figure, its burning eyes staring into his soul. "You can't save her," it said, its voice low and haunting. "She's gone." Aaron fell back, the figure looming over him. The fire seemed to grow, the heat unbearable. "You can't change the past," the figure continued. "But you can decide what kind of man you'll be." The flames consumed the room, the figure disappearing into the fire. Aaron closed his eyes, bracing himself for the end. But when he opened them, he was back in his house, lying on the living room floor. The handprints were gone. The walls were clean, the air still. He sat up slowly, his body trembling. The weight that had pressed down on him for so long felt lighter, as though something had been lifted. But he knew it wasn't over. The house might have let him go, but the shadows were still out there, waiting. And so was the truth. He stood, his legs shaky but determined. He didn't know what the future held, but for the first time in years, he wasn't afraid to face it. Aaron walked to the front door, pausing to look back at the house one last time. It looked the same as it always had, but he knew it would never be the same again. The shadows watched him as he stepped into the night, their presence lingering but distant. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew he couldn't stop now. Not until he'd truly made it right. The night was unnervingly quiet as Aaron left the house behind. The streetlights cast long shadows, but something about their light felt hollow, as if they could vanish at any moment. He had no destination in mind, but his feet carried him forward with a sense of purpose he didn't yet understand. The town felt wrong, off in ways he couldn't quite articulate. Windows glowed faintly in the darkness, but there were no signs of life. No footsteps. No voices. Just the oppressive quiet and the subtle hum of something unseen, lingering in the air. As he walked, Aaron's thoughts churned. The visions, the figure's words, and the fire, they all pointed to something bigger, something he'd been running from for years. He couldn't deny it any longer, the shadows weren't just following him. They were part of him. The first sign that he wasn't alone came as he passed the diner at the edge of town. Its neon sign buzzed faintly, the letters flickering sporadically. He glanced through the window and froze. Someone, or something, was sitting at the counter. Its back was to him, its shape indistinct, as if the edges of its form couldn't quite stay in one place. A steaming cup of coffee sat in front of it, untouched. Aaron hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around, to run. But he stepped closer, peering through the glass. The figure didn't move, but as Aaron watched, it spoke. "I know you're there, Aaron." The voice sent a chill down his spine. It was low and calm, yet it carried a weight that made his chest tighten. Before he could react, the figure turned its head slightly, just enough for him to see its face, or lack of one. Its features were blurred, shifting like smoke, but its eyes burned with an intensity that pinned Aaron in place. "Come inside," it said. He wanted to refuse, to turn and walk away, but his feet moved on their own, carrying him to the diner's door. It creaked open, the sound cutting through the silence like a knife. The air inside was heavy, the faint scent of burnt coffee lingering. The figure didn't turn to face him, its focus remaining on the untouched cup in front of it. "Sit," it said, gesturing to the stool beside it. Aaron obeyed, his legs weak. Up close, the figure's presence was overwhelming, as if it were more than just a physical form. It radiated a sense of knowing, of power, that made Aaron feel small and insignificant. "You've come far," it said, its voice even. "But you've barely scratched the surface." Aaron swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What do you want from me?" The figure turned its head slightly, those burning eyes locking onto his. "The question isn't what I want. It's what you're willing to give." "I don't understand." "You will," it said, leaning closer. "You've been running from your past, clinging to the idea that you can fix it. But fixing isn't enough. The shadows won't let you go until you've given them what they truly want." Aaron's heart raced. "And what is that?" The figure smiled, or at least, Aaron thought it did. The edges of its form shimmered, the room growing darker. "Your truth," it said simply. Before Aaron could respond, the lights flickered and went out. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. And then he was somewhere else. The air was cold, the ground beneath him hard and uneven. He couldn't see, but he could hear, footsteps echoing around him, voices whispering just out of reach. "Aaron," the voices called, soft and beckoning. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy, unresponsive. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they were a deafening roar. And then the lights came on. He was in a room he didn't recognize, its walls lined with mirrors. Each reflection showed a different version of himself, some older, some younger, some twisted and distorted in ways that made his stomach churn. In the center of the room stood the shadowy figure, its form more solid now. It gestured to the mirrors. "Look," it said. Aaron hesitated, but the pull was irresistible. He stepped closer to the nearest mirror, his breath catching as he saw himself, not as he was now, but as he had been the night of the fire. He saw the fear in his eyes, the way his hands shook as he stood frozen in the doorway. And then he saw himself turn and run, leaving his mother behind. The guilt hit him like a physical blow. "You think this moment defines you," the figure said, its voice echoing in the room. "But it's not the fire that haunts you. It's what you become because of it." The mirrors shifted, showing him different scenes. He saw himself lashing out at friends, isolating himself, making choices driven by fear and anger. Each reflection was a reminder of the life he'd lived, the mistakes he'd made. "What do you want from me?" Aaron whispered, his voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its presence towering over him. "I want you to stop running," it said. "The shadows aren't here to punish you. They're here to show you what you've forgotten." Aaron stared at the mirrors, his chest tight. "Forgotten what?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, it reached out, touching the largest mirror. The glass rippled like water, and Aaron was pulled inside. He was back in the fire again, the heat and smoke overwhelming. But this time, he wasn't alone. He saw his mother, her face calm despite the chaos around her. She reached out to him, her eyes filled with a strange mix of love and sorrow. "Aaron," she said, her voice clear. "It's not your fault." Tears streamed down his face as he shook his head. "I left you. I should have saved you. You were a child," she said gently. "You couldn't have saved me. But you can save yourself." The fire roared, the flames growing higher. His mother's form began to fade, her voice echoing in his ears. "Face the truth, Aaron. It's the only way to set us both free." The flames consumed everything, and Aaron was plunged into darkness once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the diner. The figure was gone, and the coffee cup was empty. But Aaron felt different. Lighter. The shadows were still there, but their grip on him had loosened. For the first time in years, he felt like he could breathe. Aaron stood outside the diner, the cold night air biting at his skin. The town was quiet, still unnervingly empty, but now the silence felt less like a threat and more like a pause, an opportunity to decide what came next. The shadowy figure's words echoed in his mind, "Face the truth." The truth. He thought about the fire, about his mother's voice and the weight of the guilt he'd carried for so long. But there was something deeper, something just beyond his reach. The shadows had shown him glimpses, but he still didn't understand what they wanted, or why they wouldn't let him go. He started walking again, his footsteps loud in the stillness. The street seemed endless, stretching into darkness, but his legs moved with a purpose of their own. He didn't question it. Before long, he found himself standing in front of the cemetery at the edge of town. The iron gates creaked as he pushed them open, the sound echoing through the empty night. The gravestones stood like silent sentinels, their inscriptions worn and weathered. Aaron's chest tightened as he walked among them, his breath visible in the frigid air. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he could feel it, something was here, waiting for him. And then he saw it. A single grave, set apart from the others. The headstone was simple, unadorned, but the name carved into it made his blood run cold. Aaron Michael Carter. His own name. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, staring at the grave in disbelief. It wasn't possible. He was alive. He was standing right here. But as he reached out to touch the headstone, a cold hand closed around his wrist. He spun around, his heart racing, and came face to face with the shadowy figure. "You're not supposed to be here," it said, its voice softer now, almost mournful. Aaron pulled away, his voice shaking. "What is this? What does it mean?" The figure didn't answer immediately. It looked down at the grave, its burning eyes dimming slightly. "This is where it began," it said finally. "And where it must end." Aaron shook his head, panic rising. "I don't understand. I'm alive." Are you?" the figure interrupted, its tone sharp. Aaron froze. The question hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. "You've been running," the figure continued, "not just from your guilt, but from the truth. The fire didn't just take your mother, Aaron. It took you too." The world seemed to tilt, the ground shifting beneath him. He tried to speak, but no words came. "You died that night," the figure said, its voice almost gentle. "But your soul couldn't move on. You've been trapped here, reliving your pain, trying to make sense of what happened." Aaron staggered back, his mind reeling. "No. That's not possible. I've been alive. Have you?" the figure asked again, its form shifting. "Think about it. The house. The shadows. The endless nights. Have you ever truly left?" Memories flooded his mind, the suffocating darkness, the way time seemed to blur, the strange, unchanging nature of the town. He had thought it was his grief, his guilt, but now he wasn't so sure. "What do you want from me?" he whispered, his voice breaking. The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming but no longer threatening. "I want you to remember," it said. "Not just the fire, but everything. The truth you've buried so deep you can't even see it anymore." Aaron's vision blurred, the world around him dissolving. When it cleared, he was back in the house again. But this time, it wasn't empty. The fire roared, just as it had that night. Smoke filled the air, and he could hear his mother's voice calling his name. But now, he saw something he hadn't before. A younger version of himself stood frozen in the doorway, tears streaming down his face. His mother was trapped, calling for him, but he didn't move. And then Aaron saw himself turn to run. But instead of escaping, the younger Aaron stumbled, the flames closing in around him. He saw the moment his body hit the floor, saw the smoke consume him. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. The fire hadn't just taken his mother, it had taken him too. The shadows weren't tormentors. They were fragments of his past, pieces of himself trying to make him remember. The vision shifted again, and he was back at the grave. The shadowy figure stood over him, its form solid now, its features clearer. It looked like him. "You've been fighting for so long," it said, its voice his own. "But it's time to let go." Tears streamed down Aaron's face as he looked at the grave, at the truth he had avoided for so long. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice trembling. The figure smiled faintly, its burning eyes softening. "Now you rest," it said. The world began to fade, the shadows dissolving into light. For the first time, Aaron felt truly at peace. The weight he had carried for so long was gone, replaced by a warmth that spread through him. As the light consumed him, he heard his mother's voice one last time, clear and loving. "I'm proud of you." And then there was silence. The next morning, the graveyard was empty. The town was quiet, its streets bathed in soft sunlight. And somewhere, in a place beyond pain and shadows, Aaron finally found his peace. Story 4. It's 2:13 a.m., and there's a knock at the door. It's too soft to be urgent, but too persistent to ignore. No one should be here. You live alone. Your heart pounds, and the world feels suddenly smaller, the shadows deeper. As you creep toward the door, the knocking stops, only to start again from the back of the house. You freeze. How is that possible? You haven't moved, and the only way to the back door is through you. It was supposed to be a fresh start. A quiet town, a quiet house, somewhere no one knew who I was or what I'd been through. It was the kind of place that didn't show up on most maps. Perfect, I thought. Perfect and silent. Or so it seemed. The first night was nothing more than a feeling. You know the kind, right? Like you're not really alone. I brushed it off. Exhaustion. Stress. But then, at 3:04 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Slow. Heavy. Dragging. I told myself it was the old unsettling. But then, the steps stopped just outside my bedroom door. I didn't move. Not at first. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, barely breathing. Then, the door handle twisted. Slowly. And I realized something: I hadn't locked it. There was a sound, not a voice, exactly, but something whispered through the keyhole, so low I couldn't make out the words. I should have stayed still. But I sat up. My feet touched the cold floor. "Who's there?" I whispered. The handle stopped turning. Everything went silent. Too silent. Like the house was holding its breath. But then, a voice, a child's voice, soft, fragile, spoke from the other side of the door. "Can I come in?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat locked up. The doorknob twisted again, harder this time, jerking back and forth like it was furious I hadn't answered. The voice came again, but it didn't sound like a child anymore. "Let me in. I'm cold." I stood up, stumbling back toward the wall, and I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course. And the landline? Dead the moment I moved in. The knocking stopped. The doorknob stilled. And then, silence. Heavy, crushing silence. I should have been relieved. I wasn't. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting for it to come back. But nothing. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep leaning against the wall because I woke up to daylight. The house was empty. The door was locked. Everything was normal. Except it wasn't. There were scratches on the wood, long and deep, like something with claws had been trying to get in. And when I looked closer, I noticed something even worse. Something that made my stomach turn. The scratches weren't on the outside. They were on the inside. It took everything in me not to pack up and leave right then. But I didn't. Maybe it was denial. Maybe it was stubbornness. Or maybe, deep down, I knew I couldn't leave. Not anymore. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up in the living room with every light on, waiting, watching. Midnight passed. Then 1. Then 2. And then, at 3:04 a.m., the knocking started again. Not at the front door this time. No. It came from the walls. It started as a soft tapping, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. But it grew louder, harder, until it was like something was trying to break through the plaster. I stood up, shaking, backing away from the sound. And then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. But not before I heard the voice again. "I'm already inside. I'm already inside." The words echoed in my mind long after the voice went silent. The house was quiet again, but the quiet felt wrong, like the calm before a storm. My breath was shallow, my pulse racing, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But where? There was nowhere to go. Nowhere that felt safe. I took a step toward the door, my bare feet cold against the floor. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. My eyes darted around, searching for movement, shadows, anything. But there was nothing there. Then I heard it. A faint scraping sound, like nails dragging slowly across the floorboards. It was coming from behind me. I turned, heart pounding, but the room was empty. The furniture was where it should be. No open windows, no creaking doors. Just me, standing in the middle of a room that suddenly felt too big, too quiet. But the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, more deliberate. It wasn't random. It was coming closer. And then I realized it wasn't coming from the floor. It was coming from the ceiling. I tilted my head back slowly, terrified of what I might see. The light flickered, casting long shadows across the ceiling. But there was nothing there. Just old wooden beams and the same cracks that had been there since I moved in. But I wasn't alone. I could feel it. I backed away, my hands trembling. I needed to get out of the house. I needed to get to the door. But as I reached for the handle, the voice came again, this time right next to my ear. "You can't leave." I froze. My skin prickled with cold, and I could feel breath on my neck, but when I turned, there was no one there. I ran. I didn't think, I just ran. Out the front door, into the night, barefoot and shaking. The air outside was cold and sharp, and I could feel the gravel biting into my feet, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. But as I reached the edge of the yard, I stopped. The house stood there, dark and silent, watching. And that's when I saw it. In the upstairs window, there was a face. Pale, expressionless, watching me. It wasn't my face. It wasn't anyone I knew. But it smiled. I turned and ran down the road, not stopping until I couldn't breathe. But no matter how far I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still watching me, that it was still inside me somehow. I don't know how long I stayed out there, sitting on the side of the road, trembling in the cold. But eventually, I knew I had to go back. There was nowhere else to go. And besides, the house wasn't done with me yet. When I finally walked back through the door, everything was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. I closed the door behind me, locking it, though I knew it wouldn't help. The scratches on the inside of the door were deeper now, more jagged. And there, in the middle of the floor, was something I hadn't seen before. A single, small, handprint. But it wasn't a child's hand. It was too long, too thin. And the fingers had too many joints. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. But it didn't matter. Because at 3:04 a.m., the knocking started again. This time, it was coming from inside the walls. The knocking was softer this time, almost tentative, like it was testing the walls, feeling them out. I sat in the middle of the room, curled into myself, clutching a blanket that did nothing to warm me. My mind raced, grasping at straws for answers. Was I losing my grip on reality? Was it the house? Or something worse, something that couldn't be explained? The knocking grew louder. It wasn't random anymore. It had a rhythm, a purpose. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks again. I forced myself to my feet, legs trembling, and walked toward the sound. Each step felt like a betrayal, every nerve in my body screaming to turn back, but I had to know. I pressed my hand against the wall, and the knocking stopped. Just like that, complete silence. But my relief was short-lived because then I felt it. Something moved under my hand. I jerked back, heart slamming against my ribs. The wall shouldn't move. It shouldn't feel soft. But it did. It felt like something was breathing, like the house itself had lungs. I staggered back, and the knocking resumed, harder now, more insistent, as if furious that I discovered its secret. Then, the whisper came again. "I told you, I'm already inside." It didn't sound like a child anymore. It didn't even sound human. The voice was stretched, broken, like it had been through too many throats at once. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the coffee table, and the knocking followed me, moving from wall to wall, surrounding me. I wanted to run, but where? It was everywhere. Then, the lights flickered. Once. Twice. And then they went out completely. The darkness swallowed the room, thick and absolute. I reached out, groping blindly for my phone, but my hand touched something else instead. Something cold. Something that shouldn't be there. I yanked my hand back, a scream caught in my throat. The cold thing brushed past me, and I heard it again, so close I could feel the vibration of the words. "You can't leave. You belong to us now." Us. Not me. Us. I felt the breath on my neck, colder than ice, and then it was gone. Just like that, the presence vanished. But the darkness remained, pressing in, wrapping around me like a shroud. And then, from somewhere deep in the house, I heard the laughter. High-pitched, echoing, and wrong in every way. Not one voice, but many. Twisted, mocking, as if the walls themselves were laughing. The door. I had to get to the door. I stumbled forward, every step feeling like I was wading through molasses. My hands hit the rough wood of the door, fumbling for the lock. But when I turned it, the handle wouldn't budge. It was like the door was part of the house now, fused shut. I pounded on it, screaming, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the darkness. The laughter grew louder, closer, and then it stopped abruptly. Silence again. But not before I heard it whisper one more time. "We've always been here. We've been waiting." I collapsed against the door, shaking, tears streaming down my face. And then, slowly, impossibly, the door unlocked. I didn't question it. I didn't think. I threw it open and ran out into the freezing night air. But something was wrong. The street wasn't there. The sky wasn't there. Just blackness, stretching out in all directions. I wasn't outside. I wasn't anywhere I recognized. I turned around, but the house was gone. In its place stood something else. Tall, twisted, its walls writhing like it was alive. The windows were eyes, unblinking, watching me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. And then I heard the voice, clearer than ever, from all around me. "You never left. You never will." And that's when I realized, the knocking hadn't been something trying to get in. It was something trying to get out. The darkness swallowed me whole, thick and suffocating, pressing against my skin like it was alive. My breath came in ragged gasps, the air heavy and stale, as if the world itself had been drained of life. I stood there, paralyzed, my mind screaming for answers that wouldn't come. I don't know how long I stood there. Minutes? Hours? Time had no meaning in that place. The laughter, the voices, they were gone now, but the silence was worse. It was a waiting silence, expectant, like the air before a storm. And I knew, deep down, that whatever had brought me here wasn't finished with me yet. I took a step forward, though every fiber of my being begged me to stop. My foot hit something soft, and I recoiled, heart racing. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. The ground wasn't ground. It was warm, pulsing, as if I were standing on something alive. And then, a light. It was faint at first, barely more than a flicker on the horizon, but it grew steadily, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed. It wasn't natural light, too cold, too sharp, cutting through the darkness like a scalpel. And it wasn't alone. Shapes began to emerge from the shadows. Tall, thin, their limbs too long, their faces blurred like a half-remembered nightmare. They moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring every step. And they were coming toward me. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to move. The shapes drew closer, their forms growing clearer with each step. Their mouths were stitched shut, but I could hear them whispering, soft, sibilant words that scraped against my mind. "You don't belong here. But now you can never leave." I turned, desperate, but there was nothing behind me. Just more darkness. Trapped. I was trapped, and they were coming. Closer. I stumbled backward, my feet sinking into the warm, pulsing ground, and as they closed in, the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices pressing in from every direction. "You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have heard." The light flared, blinding, and for a moment, I saw them clearly. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tightly over bones that didn't fit. Their eyes were empty sockets, black holes that seemed to pull the light into them. And their hands, oh God, their hands, were wrong. Too many fingers, too many joints, grasping, reaching. One of them raised a hand, pointing at me, and I felt it, a cold grip tightening around my throat. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. All I could do was watch as they closed in. And then, a voice. Different from the others. Softer. Familiar. Run. It was my voice. The grip loosened, just enough, and I stumbled back, gasping for air. The shapes hesitated, just for a moment, and in that moment, I turned and ran. The ground shifted beneath me, writhing like a living thing, but I didn't stop. I ran blindly, the cold light fading behind me, the whispers growing distant. The darkness seemed to close in around me, thick and suffocating, but I kept going. And then, I saw it. A door. It stood alone, in the middle of the void, old and wooden, with scratches carved deep into its surface. The same scratches I'd seen on my bedroom door. But it was my only chance. I reached for the handle, fingers trembling, and pulled. The door swung open, and I stumbled through, collapsing onto cold, hard ground. I gasped for breath, my lungs burning, and when I looked up, I was back. The house was gone. The twisted shapes, the whispers, the darkness, all gone. I was lying in the middle of the street, the early morning light just beginning to creep over the horizon. It was over. Or so I thought. Because when I looked down at my hands, I saw them. Scratches. Deep, jagged, and fresh. And I heard the whisper again, faint but unmistakable. You never left. I sat there in the middle of the empty street, staring at the scratches on my hands, my mind spinning in 1,000 directions. The cold morning air stung my skin, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered because I couldn't make sense of what I'd just been through. I lifted my hands, the deep, jagged marks searing into my skin. They weren't shallow or accidental. They were deliberate, precise, as if something, or someone, had carved them into me. But I had no memory of how they got there. I glanced around, expecting to see the twisted house looming in the distance, but it was gone. In its place were familiar streets, silent homes, and the soft hum of a world waking up. It looked normal. But it wasn't. It couldn't be. I forced myself to my feet, legs shaking, and began walking. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay there, in that spot where the door had appeared. I passed house after house, each one dark, empty, the windows like dead eyes. Not a single light flickered on, not even as the sun began to rise. The silence was suffocating, heavier than the dark void I'd escaped. And that's when I realized something was wrong. The town was too still. There were no birds, no cars, no people. Just me, alone, walking through a hollow, lifeless world. Then, a sound. It was faint, barely audible at first, but it grew louder with each step. A soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails on glass. I stopped, listening, and it stopped too. My pulse quickened. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the empty street, the empty houses. Nothing. I took another step, and the tapping resumed. Louder. Closer. It wasn't random. It was following me. I broke into a run, my bare feet slapping against the pavement, the cold biting into my skin. The tapping grew faster, more frantic, like it was chasing me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running. I rounded a corner, breath ragged, and stopped dead in my tracks. In front of me stood the house. It shouldn't have been there. It was gone. I'd left it behind. But there it was, tall and twisted, its windows black and empty. The front door hung open, swaying gently in a breeze that didn't exist. I backed away, trembling, but then I heard it again. The voice. You can't escape. Not anymore. It was coming from the house, but also from everywhere. Surrounding me, inside me. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The voice was in my head, in my bones, whispering the same terrible truth over and over. You never left. I stumbled backward, tears blurring my vision, and that's when I saw them. The shapes. They were standing in the windows, their pale, twisted faces pressed against the glass. Watching. Waiting. Run, I told myself. Run. But my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, trapped in place by the weight of the voice, by the inevitability of what was coming. And then, the door slammed shut. The tapping stopped. Silence. But it wasn't over. It was never over. Because when I looked down at my hands, the scratches were gone. In their place was a single word, carved deep into my skin. Welcome. I couldn't breathe. The word burned into my skin, a brand, something so deep and raw that it felt like it had been seared into my very soul. Welcome. The single word mocked me, a cruel reminder that whatever was behind that door had marked me. I couldn't escape. There was no escaping now. The air grew colder, thicker, as if the world itself had become a suffocating cage, pressing in from all sides. The silence was deafening, yet my heart pounded so loudly I could barely hear myself think. I looked at my hands, the skin smooth again, but the word was still there, etched into my skin like a scar that could never heal. And then, just as quickly as the world had gone still, the house shifted. It wasn't the kind of shift that happens with buildings. No, this felt wrong. The house twisted in on itself, warping, as if the walls were breathing, pulsing with life, and I could see it, faint at first, like a shadow. Something inside that building was moving. Something, waiting. I turned and stumbled back, but it was too late. I couldn't run fast enough. The ground beneath me felt soft, spongy, as if the earth itself had become a trap. The road, the houses, everything around me, started to stretch and distort, the edges of reality warping into something unfamiliar, something unnatural. And then I heard it. That terrible, high-pitched laugh again, echoing through the hollow emptiness, reverberating in my chest. But this time it wasn't just one voice. It was dozens. Hundreds. All layered on top of each other, overlapping and twisting, until the sound itself became maddening. Each laugh was a torment, a mockery of everything I thought I knew, of everything I had left behind. The world spun, and before I could stop it, the laughter turned into words, deep, guttural, and filled with venom. "We've been waiting for you." My knees buckled, and I collapsed onto the ground. I felt something move beneath me, a writhing, crawling sensation that seemed to emanate from the earth itself, twisting and gnawing at me from below. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was being pulled. Pulled into the earth, into the void. Then, I saw it. In the distance, just beyond my reach, the house loomed once more, its dark windows staring into my soul, like empty eyes watching me, waiting for me to come back. The door stood open, its frame a dark portal into the unknown. I knew then. I wasn't going anywhere. I was inside. The earth beneath me cracked, and I was falling, sinking into a place where the air was thick with suffocating dread. I could feel it, crawling beneath my skin, like a parasite that had infected me, turning me into one of them. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the door, wide open, waiting. "You can never leave." The door slammed shut. The world went dark, an impenetrable void that swallowed everything, my thoughts, my fears, my very essence. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was stuck in the silence, surrounded by a weight so thick it felt like it was pressing the life out of me. And yet, despite the suffocating blackness, I could feel it. The presence. It was there, all around me, heavy, suffocating. It wasn't just in the room, it was inside me, tangled up in my thoughts, in my very soul. The whispering, the laughter, the mocking words that had followed me from the house, it all came flooding back. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to shake the thought from my mind, but it wouldn't leave. The words clung to me like the filth of some long-forgotten nightmare, something that would never let go. I tried to fight it. I tried to move, to break free, but it was like I was chained to the very air around me. The more I struggled, the more the silence pressed in, colder, darker. And then, it came. A light. A weak, flickering glow, barely visible in the distance. I couldn't see it clearly, but I felt its pull. It was a lie. It had to be. There was no escape. No chance. But my feet moved anyway. I stumbled toward the light, the ground shifting beneath me with every step. It wasn't real. None of it was. But my body didn't care. It was as if it already knew where I was going, as if it had been here before. When I reached the source of the light, I saw it. The door. It stood there, the same one. The one from before. The same wooden frame, the same cracked, peeling paint. It was waiting for me. I reached for the handle, but something stopped me. There, in the reflection of the door's glass, I saw myself. But not the way I remembered. My face was twisted, like something had crawled underneath my skin, stretching it, pulling it in unnatural directions. My eyes were hollow, dark pits, like something had scooped out all the life from within me. I barely recognized myself, but it was me. Or it had been. And then, the reflection smiled. Not a real smile. It was wrong, contorted, like it didn't belong to a person. It was a grin of something that shouldn't have existed, something that had been waiting, watching, feeding on my fear. I recoiled, stepping back, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. But I couldn't look away. I couldn't stop myself from watching as the reflection in the door began to change, the smile growing wider, stretching impossibly, until the face split open, revealing something dark and dripping beneath. A voice, low and guttural, echoed in my mind. "Come inside." The door creaked, swinging open slowly, the sound grating on my ears, like the scraping of nails against a chalkboard. I wanted to turn and run. I wanted to scream. But my body was already moving, drawn in by the pull of the door, the pull of the voice. I stepped inside. The world shifted again. The light from the door disappeared, replaced by a deep, suffocating darkness. My feet sank into the soft, spongy floor, as if the house itself was alive, breathing beneath me. The air was thick with the scent of rot, something musty and ancient, like the walls had been standing for centuries. But there was more. The walls. They were moving. They didn't just shift or groan like an old house should. They were alive. Stretching, twisting, as if they had a mind of their own, pulling themselves closer. I could hear something breathing behind the walls, the sound of something heavy, something that moved, watched, waited. I heard the laughter again. It was closer now, sharper, more real. And then, I saw it. The figure. It was standing in the middle of the room, still as stone, its face hidden in shadow. But I could feel it. I could feel its eyes, staring into me, piercing my soul. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't escape. "Welcome back." The voice was unmistakable. It was mine. But not mine. It was, different. Twisted. Hollow. I tried to speak, but no words came out. My throat was dry, and my lips cracked with fear. The figure took a step forward, and the darkness around it seemed to shift and pulse, wrapping around me, tightening like a noose. The thing stepped into the light. And there, in front of me, was the thing that had been waiting. The thing that had always been waiting. It was me. Or rather, it was what I had become. The reflection, the smile, the darkness, it was all one. The figure grinned, stretching its mouth too wide, and I saw the teeth. So many teeth. Jagged, uneven, growing out of its mouth like they didn't belong. And behind the smile was the hollow emptiness of its eyes, the same pits that had been in the reflection in the door. It reached for me, long, bony fingers, stretching toward me like it was going to pull me inside, to make me one with it. And in that moment, I realized the horrible truth. I wasn't inside anymore. I was it. We've always been here. The world around me twisted again, spinning into a blur as my mind grasped for reality, for something to hold on to, but there was nothing. There was no escape. No way out. The figure that was me, or what I had become, reached closer, its fingers extending, the nails sharp and elongated, gleaming in the faint, sickly light that clung to the corners of the room. Its mouth stretched wider as it whispered in my voice. You never left. You are one of us now. I froze, my body frozen in place, but my mind was screaming. This thing, wasn't me. It couldn't be. I was a person. I was a human. A life of choices, of memories. This thing in front of me wasn't that. It was an empty, hollow echo of what I had once been. I tried to move, to pull away, but my legs wouldn't listen, my body betraying me. And then I realized. I was already inside. Inside this nightmare. Inside the house. The house that never let go. Everything that had happened, the door, the whispers, the laughter, the shadows, they were all part of it. I had been drawn in. Not just physically, but in ways deeper than I understood, like some cruel game that I could never win. My mind raced back to the scratches on my skin, to the word, welcome, burned there. It hadn't been a greeting. It had been a warning. A binding. The figure that was once me smiled, and the smile wasn't just a smile. It was an invitation. An invitation to lose myself completely, to sink deeper into the void. My reflection, this thing that had replaced me, wasn't just a form. It was the truth I had been running from all this time. The truth that there had never been an escape. There was no other side. No safe place. The house had always known. I staggered backward, stumbling into the walls, feeling their cold, slick surfaces, their pulsating rhythm beneath my palms. The house itself seemed to breathe, to live. And somewhere, deep in its heart, I heard it, the thrum of something powerful, something ancient, waiting. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone, lost to the whispers. All I could hear was the same voice. My voice. Come back. Come back to us. I clutched my chest, gasping for air that wasn't there. My lungs burned, and for the briefest moment, I thought I could break free, could wake up from this nightmare. But deep down, I knew it wasn't a nightmare. It was my reality. This house. This thing, it was all a part of me now. I had always belonged here. The walls shifted again, the room stretching and contorting, pulling me in with an irresistible force. The floor beneath me became soft, like quicksand, sucking at my legs. The figure, my reflection, took another step, and then another, until it was standing just inches from me, its cold breath touching my face, its hollow eyes boring into mine. It's time, it whispered, and for the first time, I felt the pull of its presence in my very bones. I wasn't just trapped in this place. I was this place. The house, the figures, the darkness, they were all a part of me, waiting for me to realize it. I had become a part of the story. My story. The house had always been waiting for me. For someone like me. Someone who would walk in, drawn to its madness, lost in its web of whispers and lies, until there was no way back. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. I couldn't pull my eyes from the thing that was me. The reflection that was no longer a reflection but the core of what I had become. The walls closed in, the room shrinking, the edges of the world fading. I could feel the house closing in around me, pressing on me from all sides, until I could no longer distinguish where I ended and it began. It was in me, through me, and I was inside it. There was no escaping this time. You are home now, the figure said, its voice merging with the very pulse of the house. And then, everything stopped. For one brief moment, everything was still. And I realized. There was no more me. The house had taken me, had swallowed me whole. My body, my mind, everything I once was gone. The house had claimed its final prize. I was just another piece of the nightmare, another soul lost to its depths. And in the distance, the door stood ajar once more. But I wasn't walking toward it. It was calling someone else. I couldn't think, couldn't move. The last remnants of who I was seemed to slip through my fingers like sand, fading away into the dark corners of the house that had now fully consumed me. I was no longer part of the world I had known. I had become part of the house, part of the endless darkness that lived and breathed within its walls. The door that had once been my escape, the last flickering hope of leaving this nightmare behind, now stood as a distant memory. But the house was never about escape. It was about change. About becoming something else. I could feel its pulse, its heartbeat, reverberating through my very bones. The walls, the floor, the air, they were all part of me now. My skin tingled, alive with the presence of the house, its cold embrace wrapping tighter around me, pulling me deeper into its grip. The laughter, the whispers, they weren't outside anymore. They were inside. Inside my mind. Inside my thoughts. Every corner of my consciousness was filled with them. There was no running. There was no hiding. The house had won, and I was its latest occupant, its newest resident. And yet, despite everything, a part of me still wanted to escape. A small, fragile part of me clung to the memory of the life I once had, the world outside this place. The part of me that still remembered what it felt like to breathe freely, to walk without fear, to be alive. But as the seconds ticked on, even that small part began to fade. My mind, too, was beginning to twist and stretch. The house was taking me, pulling me into itself, reshaping me, changing me into something that wasn't human, wasn't real. It was pulling away the pieces of my past, erasing the person I had once been. I wasn't alone. All around me, I could feel them, the others. The ones who had come before me, the ones who had wandered in and never left. Their presence was like a low hum, a vibration in the air, like distant whispers just beyond comprehension. They weren't here in body, but in spirit. In essence. They had become part of the house, just as I was. And now, I was becoming part of them. I heard a voice, soft and familiar, but twisted. A voice that echoed through the hollow space of the house, carrying with it a warning. You'll never be alone here. It wasn't just a voice, it was a presence. A presence that had always been here. I turned, my gaze scanning the darkness around me. The room I was in had no shape, no form. It was as if the house itself had no boundaries anymore. It was just a void. A place of infinite nothingness. And yet, in that nothingness, something moved. A figure emerged from the shadows, its shape barely discernible at first. It was too tall, too thin, and its limbs stretched unnaturally, like they were made of rubber, bending in directions they shouldn't have. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was a blur of shifting features, something that constantly flickered and distorted. One moment it was me, staring back at myself with those hollow, empty eyes. The next it was someone else, a face I didn't recognize. Someone who had been here before. The figure reached out, its hand, long and twisted, extending toward me. The air around it seemed to crackle with static, like the very atmosphere was warping, distorting, as if the house itself was bending reality to its will. Join us, the figure whispered, its voice merging with the others. And then, it smiled, a grotesque, impossible smile, stretching across its face until it was no longer a smile but a gaping maw, filled with rows of jagged teeth. The house had swallowed countless souls before me. It was waiting for me to join them. Waiting for me to become one with the shadows, to lose myself completely in its endless grasp. I backed away, heart pounding, but there was no escape. The figure advanced, its movements unnaturally slow, as if it was savoring my fear. As if it wanted me to understand the truth. There was no leaving. No escape. There was only the house. I turned and ran, my feet barely touching the ground, my body moving on instinct, trying to find an exit that didn't exist. But the walls were shifting, closing in on me, pulling me deeper. The floor became soft again, like quicksand, swallowing me with every step I took. And that's when I felt it. The pull. The deep, unrelenting pull of the house, dragging me down, pulling me into its very heart. I reached out, desperately grasping for something, anything, to stop my descent. But it was no use. I felt myself being swallowed whole, my body sinking into the darkness, becoming one with the house, just as the others had before me. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the door. Standing open. But it wasn't for me. It was for the next one. And then, the house was quiet again. The whispers faded. The laughter stopped. And I was nothing. Just another lost soul in the house that never lets go. And the door remained open, waiting. Here is the continuation of the story in the final chapter. I felt myself slipping away, my thoughts becoming distant, my vision narrowing as the darkness closed in. Every attempt to grasp for reality felt like it was pulling me further into the abyss, further into the house. The walls seemed to stretch, becoming more fluid, more alive. The sounds around me faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of inevitability. I could no longer remember what it was like to be free, to walk under the open sky. The only thing I could comprehend now was the pull of the house, its grasp tightening around my soul. I tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound came. The air was thick, stifling, as if the house itself had consumed my voice, swallowed it whole. I was lost. Completely lost. And deep down, I understood that there would never be a way out. In the distance, I could still hear the faint echoes of others, lost souls like me, drawn to the house, consumed by it, now part of its eternal darkness. Their whispers, their pleas, their warnings, they all blended together, an indistinguishable hum that reverberated through the space around me. I wasn't alone. And yet, I was completely isolated, separated from everything I once knew. The figure, the twisted reflection of what I had been, loomed in the shadows. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie light, as if it was watching me, waiting for the moment when I fully surrendered to the house. The smile, it wasn't just a smile anymore. It was a mask. A grimace that held the truth of what I had become, what I would always be. No longer human. No longer real. "You are home now," the figure whispered again. And this time, I understood. It wasn't just a phrase. It was an unholy truth. I had always been meant for this. I had always belonged here, just as every other lost soul before me had. There was no way back. There was no escape. The house didn't let go. It never let go. The last bit of my identity, the last flicker of who I had been, was gone. The house had consumed it, piece by piece, until I was nothing more than a shadow, a part of its endless darkness. And now, I was a part of the cycle, a part of the house that would continue to wait, to lure the next victim into its grasp. The door, the one that had once seemed like an escape, now stood wide open once more. But I wasn't going through it. The next person would. I had become part of the story. I had become part of the house. And in this place, the story never ended. It just waited. Story 4. It was the kind of silence that felt loud. Sam gripped the steering wheel of his old truck, the leather cracked and worn beneath his hands, as the forest loomed around him. The headlights carved weak paths into the dense fog, barely illuminating the winding road ahead. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard, 2:37 a.m. The same minute it had been for the last 10 minutes. His phone. Dead. Radio. Static. And his GPS had been spinning like a compass possessed. Sam wasn't lost. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. The map in his head swore he'd reach the main highway soon, but every bend in the road led to the same eerie stretch of trees. No signs. No mile markers. Just more road, more fog, and that unsettling feeling prickling at the back of his neck, like someone, or something, was watching. Then, the truck's engine sputtered. A low cough turned into a sharp wheeze before silence swallowed it whole. The headlights dimmed, flickered, and died, plunging Sam into the suffocating dark. He sat there, gripping the wheel, as the sound of his own breathing grew deafening. A flicker of movement outside caught his eye. A shadow, darting too quickly for him to process, moved between the trees. His stomach twisted. He knew better than to investigate strange shapes in the woods, years of horror movies taught him that much. But as the second stretched, the shadow didn't return. It was just the trees now, whispering in the wind. At least, that's what he hoped. A light appeared in the distance, faint but steady, cutting through the fog like a lifeline. Relief washed over him. Someone must be nearby. Maybe a house. Maybe help. With no better option, Sam grabbed his flashlight, stepped out into the chill, and started toward the glow. The forest seemed alive with sound. Crunching leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a branch, and something else, so faint it barely registered. A low, rhythmic sound, like breathing. He paused, swinging the beam of his flashlight wildly, but there was nothing there. The light ahead seemed closer now, pulsing gently, almost calling to him. He pressed on, ignoring the nagging thought that something wasn't right. As Sam approached, he realized the glow wasn't from a house or lantern. It was an old phone booth. A relic from another time, standing impossibly pristine in the middle of the woods. Its glass walls were spotless, its metal frame untouched by rust. The light inside buzzed faintly, casting an unnatural white hue that seemed to push the darkness back. Sam hesitated. There was no logical reason for a phone booth to be here. He circled it cautiously, shining his flashlight inside. It was empty, except for a black rotary phone resting on its cradle. His heart jumped as it began to ring. The sound was shrill, piercing the quiet like a scream. He froze, his mind racing. Who was calling? How did they know he was here? He wanted to walk away, to pretend he hadn't seen it, but his feet betrayed him. He stepped inside, picked up the receiver, and held it to his ear. Hello. There was silence, followed by static, then a faint voice, a whisper, so quiet he almost didn't hear it. Don't turn around. Sam's breath hitched. Every instinct screamed at him to do the opposite, to whip around and see what was behind him, but his body locked up. His grip on the phone tightened as the voice continued, now trembling and frantic. It sees you. It knows. You can't stop it. Keep walking. Don't look back. The line went dead. Sam dropped the receiver, the clatter echoing in the small space. His hands were shaking as he stepped out of the booth. The forest seemed darker now, heavier, as if the shadows themselves were closing in. He started walking, fast, in the direction he thought he'd come from. The crunch of leaves beneath his boots was joined by another sound, faint, but unmistakable. Footsteps. Matching his pace. He didn't dare look back. Every step felt harder than the last, the air around him thickening like molasses. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until he was certain whoever, or whatever, it was could reach out and touch him. Then, the whisper came again, but this time, it wasn't through the phone. It was behind him, barely inches from his ear. Run. Sam bolted. Trees blurred past as he sprinted, his lungs burning and legs screaming in protest. The footsteps behind him broke into a frenzied chase, crashing through the underbrush like a predator closing in on its prey. His flashlight bounced wildly, casting fleeting glimpses of the path ahead. He tripped. The ground rose to meet him, knocking the wind from his chest. Dazed, he scrambled to his feet, but something caught his ankle, a hand. Cold, strong, and undeniably real. He kicked wildly, his heel connecting with something soft, and the grip loosened. He didn't stop to see what it was. He just ran, faster than he ever thought possible. The forest suddenly gave way to a clearing, and in the middle stood a cabin. Its windows glowed warmly, the sight so out of place it was almost comforting. Sam didn't think. He threw himself at the door, pounding on it desperately. It swung open under the force, revealing a cozy interior that seemed untouched by the horrors outside. He stepped in, slamming the door shut behind him, and collapsed against it, gasping for air. The silence was jarring after the chaos. The cabin was small but inviting, with a roaring fireplace and an old armchair draped in a knitted blanket. A table stood in the center, set for one. Sam's relief was short-lived. There, on the table, was a black rotary phone. Identical to the one in the booth. And as he stared at it, paralyzed by a creeping sense of dread, it began to ring. Sam's breath hitched at the sound of the phone, each ring stabbing through the suffocating silence. His mind raced, hadn't he just left this behind? The booth, the voice, the chase, yet here it was again, sitting on the table like it had always been there, waiting. Ring. He stared at it, his legs refusing to move, his thoughts a jumbled mess of panic and disbelief. Maybe if he ignored it, the ringing would stop. Maybe it would just go away. Ring. But deep down, he knew better. Sam took a shaky step forward, the wooden floor creaking beneath his weight. His pulse pounded in his ears, drowning out all other sound as his hand hovered over the receiver. He didn't want to answer, didn't want to hear that voice again. But the ringing, it was unbearable, relentless, like it wouldn't stop until he obeyed. With a trembling hand, he picked up the receiver and pressed it to his ear. Hello. His voice cracked, barely above a whisper. The static on the other end was louder this time, hissing and crackling like a storm raging in the background. For a moment, he thought there was no one there. But then, the voice returned, distorted, frantic, and so faint he had to strain to hear it. You didn't listen. Sam's stomach dropped. What do you mean? You turned. You saw it. The voice cut him off, sharp and accusing. Now it's in. It's inside. The line went dead. Sam's hand fell limp, the receiver slipping from his grasp and dangling by its cord. The fire in the hearth crackled, its warmth feeling suddenly wrong, as if the flames themselves were mocking him. He glanced around the cabin, every corner now heavy with an oppressive sense of being watched. A shadow shifted near the edge of the room. He froze, his eyes locked on the spot where he thought he'd seen movement. Hello, he called out, though he regretted it immediately. His own voice sounded foreign, too loud in the stillness. There was no response, only the faint crackle of the fire. But then, just as he was about to convince himself it was his imagination, a soft creak came from the floorboards near the hallway that led deeper into the cabin. Someone, or something, was there. He forced his legs to move, inching toward the hallway despite every fiber of his being screaming to run the other way. The hallway stretched into darkness, the warm glow of the fireplace failing to penetrate its depths. Is someone there? Sam's voice was barely audible, swallowed by the thick, suffocating silence. Another creak, louder this time, came from just out of sight. He raised his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, but it revealed nothing but empty space. And then, he heard it. A whisper. It wasn't like before, not frantic or pleading. This one was deliberate, taunting, as if whatever was speaking wanted him to come closer. Sam. His blood turned cold. It knew his name. He didn't remember stepping forward, but suddenly, he was in the hallway, his flashlight trembling in his grip. The whisper came again, this time from farther down, pulling him deeper into the dark. "Sam! Come see!" He wanted to stop, to turn around and run, but his legs moved of their own accord, carrying him toward the voice. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, each step echoing unnaturally, as if the sound was coming from somewhere else entirely. At the end of the hall, a door stood slightly ajar, pale light spilling out in a narrow beam. The whisper came from within, growing louder and more insistent with every step he took. "Sam! Come see!" His hand reached out, pushing the door open. The room beyond was stark and empty, its walls a sickly, peeling gray. In the center, a mirror stood, old and ornate, its surface cracked and clouded with age. The light seemed to emanate from the mirror itself, pulsating faintly like a dying heartbeat. Sam stepped closer, drawn to it despite the gnawing fear clawing at his insides. As he approached, the whispers faded, replaced by a low hum that grew louder with each step. He stopped a foot away from the mirror, his own reflection barely visible through the cracks and grime. But then, as he stared, the reflection shifted. It wasn't him. The thing in the mirror looked like him, same face, same clothes, but its eyes were wrong. Too dark, too hollow, as if they didn't belong in a human face. And it was smiling, a slow, unnatural grin that made his skin crawl. "Sam," the reflection whispered, its voice echoing in his head. "You've been chosen." He stumbled back, his flashlight clattering to the floor. The reflection didn't move, its eyes locked onto his, that horrible grin widening. The light from the mirror grew brighter, blinding him, and the hum turned into a deafening roar. Sam screamed, throwing his arms up to shield his face, but the light swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the truck. The engine was running, the headlights cutting through the fog like nothing had happened. He glanced at the clock. 2:37 a.m. His hands were trembling as he gripped the wheel, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest was quiet again, the road ahead clear. It was like none of it had happened. But then he looked in the rearview mirror. And the thing with hollow eyes and a twisted grin was sitting in the back seat. Sam couldn't breathe. His hands locked on the steering wheel, white-knuckled and frozen. In the dim glow of the rearview mirror, the thing stared back at him. Hollow eyes, unblinking, and that grin, stretched too wide, too unnatural. His heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat in his chest, screaming for him to do something, anything. But what could he do? The air felt heavy, the space inside the truck suffocating. It was watching him. Waiting. "Drive," it said, its voice low and guttural, dripping with malice. Sam flinched, his instincts urging him to run, but there was nowhere to go. Slowly, his trembling hand reached for the gearshift. He eased the truck into drive, the tires crunching against the gravel road as he started forward. The thing didn't move. It didn't blink. It just sat there, silent except for the faint sound of its breathing, if you could even call it that. Sam stole a glance at the rearview mirror again, hoping, praying, that it had disappeared. But it was still there, its grin somehow wider, its teeth too sharp, too many. Where do you want me to go?" Sam's voice cracked, barely audible. "Straight," it rasped, its tone leaving no room for argument. The road stretched on endlessly, the same twisting path flanked by trees that seemed taller, darker, more menacing than before. The fog thickened, wrapping around the truck like a shroud, but the headlights seemed to barely pierce it. Sam's grip on the wheel tightened as he struggled to see where he was going. Minutes felt like hours. The silence was unbearable, broken only by the low hum of the engine and the occasional shuffle of the thing in the back seat. Sam didn't dare look at it again, afraid of what he might see. And then it spoke. "Do you know what's behind you?" Sam's stomach churned. He didn't answer. He couldn't. "I said," it growled, its voice dropping to a menacing whisper, "do you know what's behind you?" "No," Sam croaked, his eyes fixed on the road. "Do you want to see?" No, he shouted, his voice shaking. The thing laughed, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers racing down his spine. Good, it hissed. Because you wouldn't survive it. Sam's chest heaved as he fought to keep control of the truck, his knuckles aching from the death grip he had on the wheel. The road seemed to narrow, the trees leaning in closer, their branches clawing at the truck like skeletal fingers. Faster, the thing commanded. Sam pressed his foot on the accelerator, the truck lurching forward as the speedometer climbed. The fog rushed past the windows in a blur, but the sense of unease grew with every passing second. The road ahead wasn't changing. No turns, no intersections, just an endless stretch of asphalt surrounded by an unforgiving forest. You feel it, don't you? The thing said, its tone almost mocking now. Feel what? Sam snapped, his voice breaking under the weight of his fear. It's waking up. Sam's breath hitched. What's waking up? You'll see, it whispered, and the grin widened further, splitting its face almost in half. The truck began to shudder, the engine groaning as if it were struggling against some unseen force. Sam's eyes darted to the dashboard. The gauges were spinning wildly, the needles pointing to impossible readings. The headlights flickered, plunging the road into brief darkness before sputtering back to life. And then, without warning, the road ended. Sam slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt just inches from a sheer drop. His chest heaved as he gripped the wheel, his heart pounding in his ears. The cliff stretched endlessly to either side, a black void yawning below. The thing in the back seat chuckled. We're here. Sam turned slowly, his body trembling, to face it. But the back seat was empty. A sharp knock on the passenger side window made him jump, his head snapping toward the sound. There was a figure outside, cloaked in shadow, its face obscured. Slowly, it raised a hand and pointed toward the edge of the cliff. Sam shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. No. No, I'm not going down there. The figure didn't move, its finger still fixed on the abyss. The truck's engine sputtered and died again, leaving him in silence. And then the whispers returned. They were all around him now, swirling through the fog, a cacophony of voices overlapping and blending into an unbearable noise. Words he couldn't understand, sounds that didn't belong in this world. The figure outside began to move, stepping closer until its face was almost pressed against the glass. Its eyes were black pits, its mouth a gaping void. Sam scrambled to unlock the door, but the locks wouldn't budge. He tried the driver's door, nothing. His breath came in shallow gasps as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The figure raised a hand and placed it on the glass. The surface began to frost over, the icy tendrils spreading across the window like cracks in a frozen lake. And then, it spoke. Jump. Sam shook his head violently. No. No, I can't. You have to, the figure said, its voice echoing in his mind. It's the only way. Tears streamed down Sam's face as he glanced at the cliff, the darkness below seeming to pulse like a living thing. The whispers grew deafening, pressing against his skull, threatening to tear his mind apart. Do it, the figure hissed. Sam squeezed his eyes shut, his hands clutching the steering wheel like it was the only thing tethering him to reality. And then, the truck started to move. It was slow at first, a gentle nudge forward, but it gained momentum quickly. Sam's eyes snapped open as he realized the truck was rolling toward the edge. No. No, no, no. He screamed, fumbling for the brake, but the pedal wouldn't move. The steering wheel locked, the doors still wouldn't open. The figure outside smiled, a horrible, knowing smile, as the truck tipped over the edge and plummeted into the void. The last thing Sam saw was its eyes, impossibly dark, impossibly empty. And then, there was nothing. Sam's world had become an unrelenting chaos of falling, his body weightless as the truck tumbled into the black void. There was no wind, no sensation of air rushing past him, only silence, oppressive and all-consuming. He gripped the wheel with white-knuckled terror, his mind screaming at the impossibility of it all. When he dared open his eyes, he saw not darkness but flashes of something else. Shapes and figures appeared in the void, distorted and flickering like images on a damaged screen. A woman sobbing in a rain-soaked field. A man standing in a doorway, his shadow stretching unnaturally long. Children, their laughter echoing but twisted, too sharp, almost painful. And then, in the midst of it, Sam saw himself. He was sitting in the truck, exactly as he was now, but his reflection moved differently. Its grin was wide and unnatural, its eyes black voids. Sam wanted to scream, to shut his eyes, but the image held him captive. The other him mouthed something, words he couldn't hear but felt deep in his chest, like the pounding of a drum. "You don't belong here." The truck jolted violently, and Sam was thrown against the door. A flash of light blinded him, and then the falling stopped. When he opened his eyes, the truck was still. He was on solid ground again. But this was no road. The world around him was a barren wasteland, the ground cracked and dry, stretching endlessly in every direction. The sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, flickering with occasional bursts of lightning that illuminated the desolation below. The air was heavy, thick with a metallic tang that clung to his tongue and throat. Sam pushed the door open and stepped out cautiously. His boots crunched on the brittle ground, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. The truck, which had been his lifeline, now looked ancient, rusted, and broken, as if it had been sitting here for decades. Where am I?" he whispered, his voice sounding small and fragile in the vast emptiness. A voice answered. "You've crossed over." Sam spun around, heart hammering in his chest. A figure stood a few feet away, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed to shift and writhe, as if alive. Its face was obscured by shadows, but its presence was suffocating. "Crossed over?" Sam's voice cracked. "Crossed over to what?" The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it pointed to the horizon. Sam followed its gesture, squinting against the dim light. In the distance, he saw a structure, a towering spire that seemed to pierce the swirling sky. It was impossibly tall, its surface shimmering with an unnatural, almost liquid quality. "You are in the between," the figure said, its voice echoing like it came from all directions at once. "And you must reach the spire before it finds you." Sam's pulse quickened. "Before what finds me?" The figure didn't answer. It simply turned and began to walk away, its form dissolving into the misty air. "Wait!" Sam called after it, but the figure was gone, leaving him alone in the wasteland. The silence pressed in again, but it didn't last. A low growl rumbled through the air, vibrating the ground beneath his feet. Sam turned in every direction, searching for the source, but the landscape was empty. Then he saw it. A shadow moved across the cracked earth, impossibly large and fast, skimming the ground like an ink spill come to life. It didn't have a form, no discernible limbs or features, just a mass of writhing darkness that seemed to devour everything in its path. Sam ran. His legs screamed in protest as he sprinted toward the spire in the distance. It was farther than it looked, and the terrain seemed to stretch endlessly, every step taking him no closer. Behind him, the shadow grew, its growls turning into deafening roars. The ground shifted beneath his feet, splitting and cracking as if it, too, wanted to swallow him. He stumbled but caught himself, forcing his body forward even as the air grew thicker, harder to breathe. "Keep going," he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse. "Just keep going." The spire loomed closer now, its surface glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Sam could make out details, symbols etched into its surface, shifting and changing like living runes. The sight should have terrified him, but all he could think about was reaching it, getting away from whatever was behind him. The shadow let out a piercing scream, a sound so loud and raw it nearly brought him to his knees. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw it rising, towering above him now, a mass of twisting blackness that blotted out the sky. Sam pushed himself harder, his lungs burning, his legs barely holding up. The spire was just ahead. There was an opening, a doorway, but it was closing, the light within dimming. No, he screamed, throwing himself forward with everything he had. He reached the door just as it began to seal, diving inside and collapsing onto the cold, metallic floor. The doorway slammed shut behind him with a resonating thud, and the world outside fell silent. Sam lay there for a moment, gasping for air, his body trembling. When he finally sat up, he realized the interior of the spire was nothing like the desolation outside. The walls were smooth and reflective, glowing faintly with the same shifting runes he'd seen outside. The space seemed to stretch infinitely, a maze of corridors that twisted and turned in impossible ways. "Welcome," a voice said, soft and melodic. Sam whipped around, searching for the source, but there was no one there. The voice came again, this time from everywhere at once. "You've made it this far. But the real test begins now." Sam's breathing slowed as the eerie voice echoed through the spire, each word dripping with an unsettling calm. He glanced around, the shifting walls making it impossible to tell where the voice originated. His instincts told him to run, but where? The corridors branched in every direction, each path indistinguishable from the next. "The test?" Sam muttered, his voice hoarse. "What test?" The voice didn't answer immediately, leaving him in a suffocating silence. Then, like a whisper carried on a cold breeze, it said, "The test of truth." Before Sam could question further, the corridor ahead began to shift. The smooth, glowing walls melted away, revealing a different setting entirely. He was no longer in the spire, he was back home. His living room. Sam blinked, his mind struggling to reconcile what he was seeing. The worn couch with the coffee stain on the armrest. The faded rug he'd always meant to replace. The photos on the mantel. It was all here, down to the faint smell of his mom's lavender air freshener. This isn't real," he said, backing away. "Isn't it?" the voice countered, a trace of amusement in its tone. The room seemed to ripple, the walls pulsing as if alive. Sam's heart raced as the photographs on the mantel began to change. The faces of his family, his mom, his sister, his dad, morphed, their features distorting into something grotesque. Hollow eyes stared back at him, mouth stretching into unnatural, jagged grins. "You left them," the voice said, sharp and accusatory. "No." Sam shouted, shaking his head. "That's not true." "You ran," the voice interrupted. "When things got hard. When they needed you most." The room darkened, the air growing heavy. The distorted faces in the photos seemed to move now, their eyes following him as he stumbled back. "I didn't have a choice," Sam whispered, his voice trembling. "There's always a choice." The couch in the center of the room began to shift, its surface rippling like water. A hand emerged, pale and clawed, followed by another. Sam watched in horror as a figure pulled itself out, its body contorting unnaturally. It had no face, just smooth, featureless skin, and yet he felt its gaze pierce through him. "You abandoned them," the voice hissed, no longer calm but venomous. The faceless figure lunged at him, and Sam scrambled backward, his hands clawing at the wall behind him. The room began to collapse, the walls folding inward like paper, and the living room dissolved into darkness. Sam hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the spire, the glowing runes pulsing faintly on the walls. "That wasn't real," he said, trying to convince himself. "It was a trick." "Are you sure?" the voice whispered. Sam staggered to his feet, his legs shaking. He didn't know where to go, but staying here felt like waiting for death. He picked a corridor at random and started walking, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the silence. As he moved, the corridor began to change again. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. A faint sound reached his ears, soft crying, distant and mournful. "Hello?" he called out, his voice cracking. The crying grew louder, closer. Sam's heart pounded as he rounded a corner and saw a figure crouched in the middle of the corridor. It was a woman, her back to him, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Are you okay?" he asked, taking a cautious step forward. The woman froze, her sobs stopping abruptly. Slowly, she turned her head to look at him. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow and lifeless, tears streaking her cheeks. "Why didn't you save me?" she whispered, her voice filled with sorrow. Sam's stomach dropped. "What? I don't even know you." "You let me die," she said, her voice rising, filled with anguish. "No, I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about." The woman stood, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. She took a step toward him, then another, her lifeless eyes locked onto his. Sam backed away, his breath coming in short gasps. "Stay back." The corridor began to close in around him, the walls pressing closer as the woman reached for him with clawed hands. Her voice turned into a piercing wail that echoed painfully in his ears. "You let me die." Sam turned and ran, the walls warping and twisting as if alive. The wailing followed him, growing louder, more desperate. His lungs burned, his legs felt like lead, but he didn't stop. Up ahead, he saw another doorway, its edges glowing faintly. He pushed himself harder, reaching for it just as the walls behind him seemed ready to collapse. He stumbled through the door and fell to his knees, gasping for air. The wailing stopped, the oppressive noise replaced by an eerie silence. When he looked up, he found himself in a small room, empty except for a single chair in the center. On the chair sat an old, leather-bound book. "Open it," the voice said, calm once more. Sam hesitated, his hands trembling as he reached for the book. The cover was blank, its surface smooth and cold. Slowly, he opened it, his eyes scanning the pages. The book was filled with writing, his writing. Pages and pages of it, detailing every moment of his life. His childhood. His regrets. His secrets. Things he'd never told anyone. "What is this?" he whispered. "Your truth," the voice replied. "And the weight of it will determine your fate." The room began to shift, the walls melting away once more. Sam clutched the book tightly, his mind racing. "What happens if I fail?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The voice didn't answer. Instead, the floor beneath him gave way, and he was falling again. The sensation of falling was suffocating, but Sam barely had time to scream before he landed with a bone-jarring thud. The impact left him disoriented, his vision swimming as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. When the world finally steadied, he realized he wasn't in the spire anymore. This place was different. It was a dimly lit room, cavernous and cold, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Flickering torches lined the walls, casting erratic shadows that seemed to dance and shift unnaturally. The floor beneath him was slick, the surface uneven and damp. Sam slowly stood, his legs trembling. He still clutched the book, its weight a grim reminder of the voice's cryptic words. Ahead of him, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall and shrouded in a tattered cloak, its face obscured. The figure carried a lantern, the light within it pulsing faintly, like a heartbeat. "You hold your truth," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant. "But will you face it?" "I don't understand," Sam said, his voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" The figure raised a hand, pointing to a massive doorway that had appeared at the far end of the room. The door was carved with grotesque images, twisted faces, writhing bodies, and eyes that seemed to follow him. "Beyond this door lies the weight of your choices," the figure said. "To leave, you must face what waits inside." Sam's chest tightened. And if I don't? The figure didn't respond. Instead, it slowly began to dissolve, its form breaking apart like ash carried on the wind. Sam was alone again. The doorway loomed ahead, its grotesque carvings almost alive under the flickering torchlight. Sam's mind raced. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. He stepped forward. As he approached, the door creaked open, revealing a swirling void of darkness within. It seemed to pulse, drawing him closer with an unseen force. Sam hesitated at the threshold, gripping the book tightly. Whatever's in there, he muttered to himself, it's just another trick. I can do this. With a deep breath, he stepped through. The darkness swallowed him immediately, cold and absolute. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't feel anything but the crushing weight of the void. Panic clawed at his chest, but before he could scream, the darkness shifted. Images began to appear around him, flickering like old film reels. He saw himself as a child, sitting alone in a dimly lit room, tears streaming down his face. His parents were yelling in the background, their voices angry and sharp. You'll never amount to anything, his father's voice boomed, the words cutting deep. The scene changed. He was a teenager now, standing in a school hallway. His classmates surrounded him, their laughter cruel and mocking. Freak, one of them yelled, shoving him into a locker. Another shift. He was older, sitting at a hospital bedside. His mother lay motionless, her face pale and gaunt. Sam sat frozen, unable to meet her gaze as the machines around her beeped steadily. You weren't there when it mattered, a voice whispered, cold and accusing. Sam tried to close his eyes, to block out the images, but they wouldn't stop. Scene after scene played out before him, moments of failure, regret, and pain. Each one felt like a knife twisting deeper into his soul. Stop it, he shouted, his voice echoing in the void. I can't take it anymore. The images faded, leaving him in silence once more. You've carried these weights for too long, the voice from before said, soft but unrelenting. They have shaped you, defined you. But now you must decide, will they consume you, or will you let them go? Sam looked down at the book in his hands. The pages seemed to glow faintly now, the words shifting and rearranging themselves. He flipped through it, his heart pounding. Every page told the story of his life, the choices he'd made, the people he'd hurt, the moments he'd run from. The book felt impossibly heavy, the weight of his own guilt and fear pressing down on him. I can't, he whispered, tears streaming down his face. I can't do this. You must, the voice said. The darkness around him began to ripple, taking shape. The shadowy figure from before reappeared, its lantern glowing brighter. To move forward, you must confront what holds you back, it said, extending the lantern toward him. Sam hesitated, his hands trembling as he reached out. When his fingers brushed the lantern, the light within it flared, blinding him. The void shattered. Sam found himself standing in a new room, smaller and brighter than the last. The walls were lined with mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of himself. Some were younger, some older. Some looked confident and strong, others broken and defeated. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it was the book. Its pages were blank now, the glow gone. This is your final choice, the voice said, its tone softer. Rewrite your truth, or let the weight of the past consume you. Sam approached the pedestal, his heart pounding. He picked up the book, feeling its familiar weight. A pen rested beside it, sleek and black. As he stared at the blank pages, his mind raced. Could he truly let go of everything he'd done, everything he'd been? His hand trembled as he picked up the pen. Slowly, hesitantly, he began to write. Sam's hand trembled as he pressed the pen to the first blank page. The stillness of the room seemed to press in around him, magnifying the sound of the pen scratching across the paper. He wasn't sure where to begin or what to write. Memories of guilt, fear, and regret weighed heavily on him, threatening to pull him under once more. The first word appeared, sorry. He stared at it, the simple word seeming too small, too insignificant to carry the burden of his life. Is this enough? He muttered, his voice raw. The mirrors around him flickered, the reflections shifting. He saw his younger self, scared and alone. He saw the faces of people he had hurt, their expressions a mix of pain and confusion. And then he saw the faceless figure from earlier, its form looming in the background. No, he said, shaking his head. I can't stop there. He kept writing. The words poured out of him, raw and unfiltered. He wrote about his regrets, the things he wished he could change but knew he couldn't. He wrote about the anger he'd carried for so long, the walls he'd built to keep others out. And he wrote about his hope, faint as it was, that maybe, just maybe, he could do better. The book seemed to absorb his words, the blank pages filling with his life. The room grew brighter with each sentence, the mirrors reflecting not just his pain but moments of joy and strength he'd long forgotten. As he wrote, the faceless figure in the mirrors began to dissolve, its shadow shrinking until it disappeared completely. Keep going, the voice urged, soft but steady. Sam's grip on the pen tightened. He wrote about his mother's death, the guilt he'd carried for not being there enough. He wrote about the friends he'd pushed away, the relationships he'd sabotaged. And with each word, he felt a strange lightness, as if the weight he'd been carrying for so long was finally lifting. When he reached the last page, he paused. The final sentence stared back at him, unfinished. His heart raced as he tried to think of how to end it. The mirrors around him began to shift again, the reflections aligning into one image, himself. Not broken or afraid, but standing tall, resolute. Sam swallowed hard and wrote the final words, I choose to let go. The moment the pen lifted from the page, the room exploded with light. The mirrors shattered, their shards dissolving into a golden mist that swirled around him. The book in his hands began to glow, its cover sealing shut. You've passed, the voice said, a trace of warmth in its tone. The pedestal disappeared, and the floor beneath Sam began to rise. He clutched the book tightly as he ascended, the golden mist surrounding him like a cocoon. The light grew brighter, blinding him, and then Sam was back in his truck. The steering wheel was warm beneath his hands, the hum of the engine steady. The road stretched out ahead of him, bathed in the soft glow of dawn. He looked around, his breath hitching. Everything was as it had been before, the desolate road, the endless horizon. Had it all been a dream? The book was still in his lap, its leather cover smooth and warm. He opened it, expecting to see the pages filled with his words, but they were blank again. Only one line remained, written in golden ink. The weight is gone. Keep moving. Sam's eyes filled with tears as he closed the book. He took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel. For the first time in what felt like forever, he felt a sense of peace, a faint but steady hope. As he put the truck into gear and began to drive, the sun broke over the horizon, bathing the road in golden light. The spire, the darkness, the horrors he had faced, all of it was behind him now. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid of what lay ahead.